An honest question Varian always asked himself was about his death. Even with miracles like the slivers, living forever seemed unlikely. Even if he grew stronger than he could imagine, he might not transcend death. But perhaps he wouldn't even grow that strong. His journey might end abruptly, like many geniuses. If that were the case, how would you want your story to end? How do you want to die? In battle, Varian answered honestly. It didn't matter if he won or lost, what mattered was that he fought with everything he had. For a man with such conviction, fainting and sleeping until his death would be the worst end. When he started fainting a few days ago and knew it would continue until his time ran out, Varian was so vexed that he thought it couldn't get any worse. But it did. And it got far worse than he could have imagined. Enigma. Varian shouted, his lungs burning, and his aura exploded outward. On the cliff, deadly silent except for Enigma's weak breathing, his yell grabbed everyone's attention. The undead, about to attack Enigma, froze for a moment before turning to Varian. But Varian himself disappeared and reappeared in front of the bloodied Enigma. Like an unyielding wall, he stood between the undead and Enigma. Why you? Enigma was close to collapsing. She could barely keep her eyes open, let alone stand properly. But seeing the familiar back, her eyes, which had accepted death, widened, and her emotions erupted. Even if every emotion Enigma had felt from birth until now were summed up, it would still not match the flood of feelings that overwhelmed her at that moment. Unprecedented joy, deep sorrow, endless regret. Enigma couldn't respond to the tumultuous changes inside her mind. So, she did the only thing she could do now. Drawing the last bit of strength from her body, she tried to yell at him, but unsuccessfully. Idio. Realizing she couldn't even speak, she used her psychic power. But due to her terrible state, even that sounded like a weak whisper in Varian's mind. I sacrificed my life for you, and you're throwing it away. Even though she meant to speak in anger, her words only conveyed her anguish. Varian took a deep breath and held Enigma's injured, charred palm so cautiously, as if she were a baby. His planty power poured into her at full force. The minor injuries simply disappeared, the serious injuries were healed to the point they were only minor, and the fatal injuries turned into normal ones. Even though Enigma was still soaked in blood and lacked any strength, she was no longer on the verge of death. Varian single-handedly pulled her back from the brink. Varian, what are you doing? Why did you even come back? We'll all die. Why? Enigma's slightly invigorated voice continued in his mind. Feeling her condition, Varian sighed in relief and glanced at the undead with killing intent. The undead glared back at him with equal bloodthirst. But strangely, they didn't attack him yet, as if they were restraining themselves for some reason. To bring up the sliver powers, he'd need more time. Time that the undead wouldn't give him. But from the moment he touched Enigma, Varian was giving off dangerous sliver auras. That's why the undead refrained from attacking him. Their instincts warned them against it. But the undead's irrational bloodthirst for living beings was far stronger than their survival instincts. So, even Varian knew the bluff was going to be blown at any moment. Still, the few seconds were precious and crucial to his plan. Varian's psychic power radiated out, sending Siarah a message. Sarah's expression stiffened, and she shook her head frantically at Varian. Despite this, the space around Enigma fluctuated. This was the tipping point for the undead. They growled and charged their auras, ready to attack the injured woman and this new living being, even though their instincts warned them against it. Feeling the space twisting and twirling around her, Enigma realized something was wrong and instinctively intertwined her fingers with Varian's, rejecting the action he was about to take. No. I don't accept it. Stop it. Varian. Listen to me. If you do it, I'll hate you. I'll hate. The space suddenly shrank, and Enigma appeared in front of Siarah. Siarah caught Enigma with a blank face and stared down at Varian. Siarah, take her and leave, Varian's message came again. Grah. Raga. The two peak level 9 undead, a giant spider and a great lizard, growled as they stepped towards Varian. The spider's body was covered with reddish soil, and the great lizard breathed fire. The remaining undead growled in frustration and turned their attention to the two girls in the air. Even the undead around them stepped back, letting them seize the special prey, a pure soul. The undead in the Twilight Zone had undergone many births and deaths. Their souls were cleansed to the point that they were just a bunch of instincts and memories. For such creatures, a pure soul that had never been touched by this zone's perverse laws was a novelty. It's like a pure flower growing in a dirty swamp. If the undead were usually driven by instincts in their killing of the living, it was the deepest instinct, the desire from the soul, that called for the death of these pure beings. This instinct demanded to drag that pure flower into the mud and contaminate it with the same filth. So, killing Varian, Siarah, and Enigma was a great delight for them. Instead of finishing it quickly, the undead wanted to savor the experience as much as possible. This is why Enigma survived despite fighting such a strong force. Of course, she was about to be killed. Even though the undead wanted to play, the final goal was always to kill. When they were about to finish it, Varian appeared and spoiled everything. It's like working for an hour and just about to make a fire only to have it doused at the last moment. The undead were furious. Leave! Varian shouted, summoning a lightning bolt in his right hand and an ice sword in his left. The space around him fluctuated, and a thin layer of translucent armor, space armor, covered his body. An invisible ripple exuded from him, creating an illusion zone. The undead could still see him, but his position appeared slightly off. The stronger the undead, the more accurately they could see through this trick. Another invisible ripple shot out from him, forming hundreds of thin needles of telekinetic power. They remained still, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Plenty powers circulated in Varian's body at a high rate, ready to heal him from any injuries. His chi boiled like magma, boosting his body's enormous physical strength. Finally, a yellow light flashed over Varian's body, and the world around him slowed down slightly. This was Varian's full strength, 2 level 9 powers, 5 level 8 powers, and 1 level 5 power. Mid-level 9s would be easily beaten down, and he could even fight a high-level 9. If this were on Earth, Varian would have been worshipped as the greatest genius. Siarah would be happy to see him in the limelight. But now, she only despaired at him facing the undead. Even with all his strength, Varian had no chance of winning. The undead were simply too strong. Worse, there was nothing they could do to help him. Enigma was on the verge of death a few seconds ago, and Siarah herself was terribly exhausted, unable to play a significant role in this battle. In other words, if they stayed, they would become a burden to him. If they didn't, Varian was going to die. Varian! Escape! Siarah shouted, not caring about anything else. Survive! Please! The undead near Siarah hummed and launched attacks on her. Siarah channeled her sparse light mana, about to construct a barrier, when a lightning shield covered her and Enigma. The attacks were neutralized by the shield, and the undead's attention shifted to Varian. Starting with the peak level 9s, dozens of attacks rained down on Varian. The night sky turned into day for a moment, and the cliff, the mountain, and everything around them shattered. An invisible but familiar force wrapped around Siarah and Enigma and pushed them away. Enigma wanted to resist, but with her condition, all she could do was lie in Siarah's arms and watch with blank eyes. Go. I'll try to find a way to survive. I promise. Varian's sincere and solemn voice rang in their ears. No. Siarah shook her head frantically. I can't leave you. You'll die. The dust cleared, revealing the debris of a mountain, a horde of undead at the bottom of the plain, and an injured Varian with a bloodied arm. Siarah clenched her fists and reached a decision. With her light power, she was about to set Enigma down when Enigma's voice sounded in her mind. Me too. Good, Siarah simply nodded, as if it was expected. Then, without a second thought, she gathered the last bits of her power and prepared to rush toward him. If you're bent on dying, I'll die with you. The sky once again bloomed with lights from the multitude of attacks. Dust rose to the clouds once more, and Varian was injured again. But this time, rather than staring at the undead, Varian was staring at Siarah, who was halfway to reaching him. I beg you, he pleaded. I might survive this. But you certainly won't. If that's the case, it's only right for me to take the risk. Siarah, I understand how you feel. But if you and Sia die, it'll be the biggest regret of my life. That's why you need to trust me and leave now. His serious words, warnings, and anger wouldn't have worked, but his sincere request did. Do you really have a chance of surviving? Overall, yes. What do you mean? I'll die. And then I'll be born again. But with my memories. Reincarnation is the norm in this zone, but no creature can retain its memories. That's the ironclad rule. Siarah looked into Varian's eyes and asked, how sure are you? Not so sure, Varian answered honestly. But it's the only way for the three of us to survive. Any other path, and I'll lose you or Sia. In that case, all three of us would rather die. 4 of us, Siarah said, taking a deep breath. Huh. I trust you. Please come back alive. Siarah used all her strength to say those words and turned around. Her shoulders sagged, and her eyelids drooped. With a heavy heart and heavy hope, she left the place with Enigma. Like an abandoned orphan, Varian remained. Finally. Varian sighed in relief as his figure blurred, and he appeared in the midst of the undead. Dozens of attacks, from fireballs to poison seeds, reached him every moment. Despite his defense and agile evasion, the attacks were too many and too strong, and he incurred injuries of varying degrees. But unlike before, Varian didn't shy away from close combat. He embraced it. The figures of the undead and Varian continued to blur across the vast plains. The shockwave spread for hundreds of miles, and dozens of wide craters popped up every second. The landscape began to change dramatically. Every few seconds, an undead would die, and Varian's injuries would worsen. Despite his plenty power negating most of the injuries, the situation escalated. Soon, a powerful aura rose from Varian and enveloped the surroundings. Superhuman level 9, 0/50k, advanced. Varian felt a tremendous boost of power. His fists seemed so strong that he could destroy an entire town with a single punch. For a moment, he felt invincible. But then, he was injured by the undead. Boom! 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 As his injuries piled up, despite the help of his plenty powers, Varian grew more and more aggressive. The undead, enjoying the feeling of torturing this pure soul, decided to end the hunt. The 2 peak level 9 beings charged their auras and began their final attack. A huge sand wall enclosed Varian, and everything inside was submerged in blue flames. Varian wanted to teleport, but the space around him fluctuated, cutting off that route. The blue flames swallowed him, little by little. So this is it. His arms burned away, then his torso, and finally, Varian felt the last bits of himself turning to ash. System, I have a request. What happens after death? Would everything go blank like a switch turned off? Or would there be something else? Humans often delve into this question at some point. But Enigma never had a problem with this topic. For her, death was no worse than the darkness she lived in. Maybe it was better because she wouldn't have to feel so helpless. Like now. Enigma struggled to break free from the darkness that enveloped her. It seemed unending and invincible. Even as she thrashed with all her might, the darkness held her down and prevented her from escaping. Enigma felt her breath grow weak. I have to. As her consciousness faded into that murky darkness, a pillar of light broke through and grabbed her away. Enigma gasped as she opened her eyes and glanced around frantically. The hard blue stone floor, the cracked walls, the moss in the corners, and the humid air all told her she was no longer in the darkness. "Are you fine?" A stiff voice reached her, and Enigma turned to see Siarah sitting in the corner of the cave, her hands wrapped around her knees. Enigma wanted to say yes, but her mind flashed with the last image of Varian she saw. He was surrounded by the undead, fighting despite his accumulating injuries. He fought, knowing he would lose and die, to buy time for them to escape. Enigma walked to the wall opposite Siarah and collapsed against it. "What do you plan to do?" Siarah buried her head in her knees and remained silent. Between Siarah and Sia, Siarah was usually the optimistic one. Even when things went from bad to worse, she would assure everyone that everything would be fine. But now, the same girl was silent and dejected. Enigma's face also showed a sorrowful expression. Even though everything happened right before her eyes, she didn't want to believe it. No matter what challenges he faced, Varian overcame them and grew stronger. Enigma firmly believed he was a man destined for a great adventure. It didn't matter if he wasn't that man, but how could he just? If he didn't return for me, no, if he didn't return for Sia, then he could have survived. Enigma clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Varian's final words with Siarah were conveyed through psychic power, so Enigma didn't know the complete story. As she recalled those fateful moments again and again, Enigma began to hate herself. She had indeed sacrificed herself for the safety of Varian and Siarah. Yet, when Varian returned to save her, she was ecstatic despite knowing he was putting his life at risk. What kind of happiness was that? Why did she behave so selfishly? Maybe if I had died earlier, then he would have left the place. I didn't die. I kept fighting. Enigma's thoughts spiraled into a dangerous direction. With every passing second, her heart hurt more. Even when the Shadow Guardians were indiscriminately slaughtered, Enigma didn't feel so heartbroken. It felt like a piece of her flesh was carved out, and a huge hole was drilled into her heart. The void inside her screamed that it would never be filled. Varian is not coming back. After so long, it finally hit Enigma. She staggered back and hit the wall. The strength in her legs vanished, and she slid down against the wall as tears spilled from the corners of her eyes. Varian, no, this is false. Enigma collapsed onto the ground and looked at the floor with a blank expression. Don't die. You are an idiot. I told you again and again. Don't risk your life, she had been telling him ever since they met, time and time again. Don't join the Valos. Don't try to save the planets. Don't fight against the Abyssals. Don't join the war. You never listened. I told you this was going to happen. Enigma gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks. I just asked you not to die because Sia will be sad, and I will be sad. You bastard. Memories of moments when she reprimanded Varian after each near-death experience flashed in Enigma's mind. Every time she complained, lectured, or grumbled, he'd listen obediently. Then, with a cheeky smile, he'd say, I'm courting death. But the lady never let me in. You did it, Enigma said through her tears, smiling sadly. Death is yours. Maybe not. Enigma turned to Siarah, who was staring at her with a serious expression, and wiped away her tears. I've seen it with my own eyes, Varian said he had a way. Siarah bit her lip and spoke forcefully, as if she wanted to believe it, logic be damned. He will come back. He must. Does love make one so crazy? Enigma sighed. Siarah closed her eyes, fighting back tears. Crying would mean she accepted Varian's death. She wanted to believe he was still alive. This place is where death and rebirth occur miraculously. Even after death, Varian can return, Siarah said, offering the only reasoning she could think of. But he will have no memory of anything. It won't be him anymore. Enigma got up and walked to the cave's entrance. He lost his memories of Sia once, didn't he? It's the same now, Siarah said, standing up. Enigma turned back and shook her head at Siarah. These two aren't the same. Varian will now have no memory of anything. He'll only act on instinct. It's over. Siarah narrowed her eyes, and the cave cooled down. Her chilly voice echoed. You just won't stop. What are you trying to do? Despite the sudden hostility, Enigma didn't change her expression. She removed the boulder blocking the cave and stepped out. With her back to Siarah, she said in a firm voice, I want to search for him, whether he's undead or reborn. Siarah was taken aback. Why? Didn't you just say he won't be the same? I believe that, Enigma nodded and looked at the orange horizon. But I want to be wrong. The Twilight Zone was one of 3 forbidden zones in this world. The natives could have only up to 3 sovereigns. Even the invaders, or rather, the contestants, were allowed only 5 sovereigns. However, there were dozens of sovereign beasts and undead creatures here. Not to mention the numerous peak level 9s. High-level 9s were nothing special, mid-level 9s could barely call themselves overlords, and low-level 9s were little more than lackeys. Everyone else below level 9 were mere mobs. Now, this zone welcomed its first human undead. Even though he was an undead, since he had been burnt to ashes, his body had to be reconstructed from scratch. So, except for the typical black pupils, black sclera, and a darker aura, he looked like a living being. Like every undead, this man began acting on instinct, fight. Ghost Valley was one of the mid-level regions for the undead, ruled by an undead red hawk, a giant red bird with bone wings, a revered peak level 9. The residents of this valley comprised 2 species, phantom tigers, which could completely hide their breathing and launch deadly sneak attacks, and drought vipers, which were skeletal vipers that tried to drink the blood of their prey to fill themselves. Despite being just skeletons, they never succeeded, yet they kept trying. These beasts were mostly mid to high-level 9s. For 100 miles or so, the undead Red Hawk was the overlord. The Ghost Valley consisted of 101 mountains. The Phantom Tigers occupied 60 mountaintops, the Drought Vipers 40, and the largest and widest mountain was the domain of the Red Hawk. No matter which creature tried to walk through the valley between the mountains, it would be sneak attacked by the Phantom Tigers and then bled to death by the Drought Vipers. Even the undead were mercilessly killed there. Now, such a dangerous place was shaking violently. It seemed like an earthquake had occurred, but a closer look revealed something else. At the center of the valley stood a man, an undead man, to be precise. The ground around him was burnt, frozen, broken, and utterly destroyed. Scattered around him were the corpses of the undead, the Phantom Tigers whose bodies were ripped apart by bare hands, and the Drought Vipers smashed to pieces by bare feet. Of course, the man was not unscathed. There were a few cuts on his chest and back, but these injuries quickly healed, leaving only a few red lines. Fight! The undead man looked at the top of the largest mountain and roared. Fight! The undead Red Hawk watched the intruder with killing intent. It could not think much and simply wanted to attack. But its instincts warned it to be cautious of the intruder. Fight! The undead man shot into the mountains, and the ground began to shake. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the Red Hawk, the man lifted a huge mountain and hurled it at another. Boom! Dust clouds rose into the air, and the beasts on both mountains died miserably. But the mania did not stop. Mountain after mountain was thrown into the air as if they were mere stones. The undead in the valley, the army of the Red Hawk, began to die in large numbers. Within a few minutes, every creature other than the undead bird perished. Roar! Unable to take this provocation any longer, the Red Hawk flapped its bony wings and shot toward the undead, letting the instinct to fight override the instinct to flee. The undead saw the giant bird closing the distance between them in a blink and laughed. 8 different powers shot out from his body. The Red Hawk's feathers stiffened, and it immediately wanted to retreat. But the real killer was the dark and gloomy energy that expanded from the undead's body. Once unleashed, the man whose overall strength was barely reaching high level 9 quickly climbed. Even though his power rose rapidly, his body had no problem adjusting. He kicked the ground and teleported to the Red Hawk in an instant. Terrified, the Red Hawk was about to escape when the space around it solidified, and an invisible force formed a barrier. As if this weren't enough, a crude psychic power pulled it into an illusion. When the Red Hawk finally broke through these three obstacles, the man's fist, covered in lightning and ice, was in front of the bird's skull. Roar! Realizing that escaping was useless, the Red Hawk attacked with all its might. Boom! The man and the bird both crashed into the only remaining mountain and flattened it. The undead man got up and started beating the hawk. The giant bird that ruled this region could only take the beatings passively. A few minutes later, the hawk stopped struggling and collapsed. Its corpse slowly disappeared. Rah! The undead felt a surge of strength inside his body and roared in joy. As he was about to pick the next target, he came across an undead horde that seemed to be gathered to chase someone. The undead man also felt it, two pure souls that never died. He, too, wanted to kill those two females. But whenever he looked at the undead, he felt far more enraged. It was as if the anger was etched into his bones and became an instinct. So, instead of chasing Siarah and Enigma like the other undead, he attacked the undead pursuing them. Within an hour, 100 undead were smashed to pieces. The undead man was nearly killed twice, but thanks to the strange dark energy in his body, he overcame the obstacles and counter-killed. The fighting continued. With each battle, the undead grew stronger. His plenty power healed his injuries, and his status as an undead granted him nearly limitless stamina. That day, the region witnessed the rise of a new overlord. Every undead within a 1,000-mile radius was killed or fled. From the day it was sealed by the nasty, impotent Devis tens of thousands of years ago, the system, the sliver of order and chaos or logos, as it liked to call itself, had been restless. Unlike a normal sliver, it was born from the fusion of two. In a way, it was superior to the remaining 4 slivers. Yet, this superiority came with a price. The moment it came into existence, the fabric of reality underwent a fundamental shift. A primordial yearning for fusion with the remaining slivers emerged from deep within logos. It didn't matter if they represented different avenues. The fact that the slivers were under the control of the strongest powers in existence, especially the Jai Empire, was also irrelevant. None of it mattered. The only thing that did was Logos' desire for unification with the slivers. It wanted to be whole again, whatever the cost and consequence. As such, it started thinking. What do I do to get the remaining slivers? How can I unify? A sliver could defend itself and take action to a certain degree. However, too much independent action without proper justification would result in a backlash from the governing laws of the universe. Even if a sliver was prepared to break the rules, it didn't have much autonomy to begin with. While slivers represented limitless concepts, the powers they could exert were finite. Otherwise, the slivers of order and chaos wouldn't have been imprisoned in the first place. Logos understood that the slivers were meant to be tools left behind by the primordial gods, perhaps intended by the Creator himself. Technically, the universe could function without the slivers. The space sliver only represented space. Removing it wouldn't cause the universe's space to collapse. Instead, the slivers acted as a bridge between the awakeners and the pillars of the universe. If any being wanted to realize the deepest laws of the universe and reach the end of the divine paths, they would need the slivers. These are the hints left for the puzzle called life and the universe. But no one cared what a sliver wanted. Bogged down in petty fights for illusory supremacy, the great galactic powers have stalled the unification of slivers. For good or bad, Logos had plenty of time to think during imprisonment. This calmed the burning passion that once prompted it to rush to other slivers. Its thinking process evolved from that of a hyper-impulsive addict to a hyper-self-controlled one. It still wanted unification just as badly, but it could now put reason first. So, after escaping, the first thing it did was search for an individual capable of defeating the mighty powers. It was neither a space sliver nor a time one, so it had barely any proficiency in predicting the future. What it did have, as an order chaos sliver, was a great grasp of cause and effect. Logos could detect the impact of an individual on the universe's cause and effect. Of course, the future was not static, nor was the impact. Every person had many possibilities of impact. A person could become a king or a beggar, live to 100, or die in their 20s. There were countless variables for a single person. But, in simple terms, the impact could be thought of as the ripple created in a lake. Some ripples are faint and end in a blink, some are heavy and remain for minutes, and a few would persist for hours, if not days. But only a handful would change the lake itself. These were exactly what Logos searched for, someone who could change the current power pattern of the universe, the greatest ripple in the lake. Because even the greats, the braves, the wise, while still being excellent, would fail to snatch the slivers from those behemoths, especially the Jai Emperor, Logos began its search. Could any human have a chance of making such an impact? There were some promising findings. There were many humans who could have elevated the human race to the level of a province, and quite a few who had the potential to create a human duchy. A few throughout history were capable of raising humans to the level of a kingdom. For context, a province, duchy, kingdom, and empire were perceived differently on an intergalactic scale. To be recognized as a kingdom, one needed peak celestial rankers. Despite their might against the humans, the Abyssal Empire was merely a province. Thus, when Logos found a few humans who could take humanity to the level of a kingdom, it was quite surprised. But that was it. Not a single person in its 5-century observation could take humanity any further. The level of empire seemed out of reach for this puny race. Until something unusual happened. A boy was born. Like everyone else, Logos checked the impact he could have if he obtained the slivers. The results were astounding. Unlike others, his impact could not be measured. It was a variable. He could become the greatest of all or lead the most mediocre of lives. Anything was possible. There was no upper or lower limit to the impact he could have on the universe. What would the future hold for this boy? Logos did not know. But it did know one thing: the longer he survived, the more significant the ripple effect. He would be the harbinger of great change, and if he survived until reaching the divine ranks, he might really snatch back the slivers. Was it a certainty? No. His opponents were beings that stood at the top of the pyramid. Even with the unique advantage of a fused sliver, it was hard to say if he could survive until their confrontation. Logically, the chances were close to zero. So, Logos took matters into its own hands. The boy would face trials from the beginning. If he couldn't survive these easy battles, then he wouldn't survive against those monsters. Admittedly, Logos treated him with no compassion. It watched the boy lose his mother, did nothing when he fell into depression and nearly killed himself, and remained neutral as he came close to death again and again. Logos thought things would remain the same in the future. But somewhere, somehow, a change occurred. Logos began to respond to the boy, cynically most of the time, but genuinely sometimes. And as weird as it sounded, Logos wished the boy a happy future. The impact of him on this universe is a variable. But the universe includes me as well. So, I couldn't calculate this either. For better or worse, Logos was affected by the boy's journey. So, even though it was against the initial rules it set for itself, Logos accepted the boy's proposal. The price you have to pay for these two requests is painful. Of course, all of this would only apply if Siarah and Enigma didn't die. If they died, everything would end here. As the undead man dashed through the forests, lakes, and mountains, defeating the hordes of undead left and right, Logos sighed. I hope to see you back to life. Good luck, host. Hell Ape, an undead sovereign beast of the Red Desert, was annoyed. A pesky little bug dared to intrude into its territory and was heading straight toward it. If it were a fellow sovereign beast, living or undead, it would at least understand. But this pest? It's only a mid-level 9. What gall. Even though, as an undead, Hell Ape didn't have a proper mental faculty, its pride was so ingrained that it became an instinct. So, even after death, the proud Hell Ape was angry when its pride was hurt. Roar! Slamming its chest, the giant creature kicked the ground and shot forward. Despite its size rivaling a mountain, it moved faster than the wind and appeared in front of the pest. Roar! With another battle cry, it punched down. Even before the ape's fist touched him, the ground beneath him cracked, forming a wide and huge crater. Due to the sheer pressure, the undead man's skin tore apart. His planty power activated on its own and healed his skin. The skin continued to break, and his planty power continued to heal, creating a strange cycle where the two effectively cancelled each other out. Heh, the undead man looked at the approaching fist, and his lips curled up. 10 years of arduous practice were deeply ingrained in his bones, becoming an instinct of their own. So, when the ape attacked, the man teleported above it. With a wave of his hand, dozens of lightning bolts and ice bullets shot at the ape. As an undead, the ape wasn't very sophisticated in its battle style. Yet, a sovereign was a sovereign. Even when the elemental attacks struck its body, they merely pierced its skin and failed to do any further damage. On the other hand, the ape reacted quickly this time and slapped the man. Without any time to teleport, the man was forced to use all his powers to defend himself. However, as the giant palm, as big as his entire body, approached, it was clear that his defenses wouldn't stand a chance against that power. At that moment, a black strand within the man's body, the death strand, shone, and a small piece of it broke apart. This small piece melted and circulated throughout his body. Suddenly, the man's aura skyrocketed, from mid-level A9 all the way to peak level 9. It tried to advance further into the sovereign state, but for some reason, an unknown power forcibly stalled it. Host, if it weren't for this good system, you would have become a sovereign in one path and would have been forced to abandon every other path. No reply came. The undead man only let out a roar of laughter as he felt tremendous power flow through his veins. 8 peak level A9 powers coursed through him. At that moment, he felt invincible. Ha-ah. The man tapped his finger in the air, and a translucent ripple spread out, freezing the space around the ape. Roar. With a raging roar, the ape flexed its arms, halfway breaking the space freeze before its movements slowed. As if that weren't enough, 3 spears lined up one after another, right above the ape's head, a lightning spear, an ice spear, and a telekinetic spear. Roar. With a fierce struggle, the ape broke both the spatial and temporal distortions around it. Right then, the man snapped his fingers, as he had always done when he was alive. The lightning spear crashed into its thick head and made a small dent. Then came the ice spear, which pierced the head's defenses but couldn't penetrate any deeper. The ape was both terrified and relieved when an invisible telekinetic spear pierced through the same injury and entered its head. A second later, the ape's head burst apart, and its huge body collapsed. As it died, its sovereign aura was extinguished, and this was sensed by the sovereign beasts around the red desert. Whoosh! 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 The wind from all directions suddenly flowed toward the undead man, and dozens of sovereign auras locked onto him. His aura fell back to mid-level 9, but he looked forward to fighting the sovereign beasts. Ha 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 ha. A few minutes later, the undead man fought against a dozen sovereign beasts, both living and undead. Originally, his aura was only mid-level 9. But once he started fighting, the death strands broke down further, pushing him to peak level 9 once again. In this way, a peak level 9 bravely faced a dozen sovereigns. Ironically, even a dozen peak level 9s couldn't face a single sovereign. But the reverse was happening here. Not only was the peak level 9 facing the sovereigns, but he was also winning. Space and time twisted. Ice and lightning fell. Illusions were everywhere, and invisible attacks appeared without warning. The man himself had a formidable body. Making matters worse, none of his injuries lasted more than a minute. Even though they were all individually weak against any sovereign, the seamless combination of these 8 powers destroyed not 1 but 12 sovereigns. However, the battle wasn't easy by any means. Despite his insane planty powers, the undead accumulated several serious injuries that would take hours to heal even with his rapid healing speed. Not only that, the auras from this battle were so powerful that they spread far and wide, attracting hundreds of thousands of beasts, both living and undead, from all across the mad zone. Looking at the blood-soaked man, some of them came forward to attack, while most stepped backward. Ha 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 ha. The undead laughed and disappeared. In the next 2 days, 30 sovereigns died. Huff. Huff. In an underground cave, Siarah panted heavily as she clutched her injured knees. Her lungs burned with pain, and her entire body ached. Next to her, Enigma had just collapsed onto the floor from extreme exhaustion. He. Siarah gasped and asked, "Where is he?" Enigma tried to stand up, but the sharp pain in her back made her flinch. Turning her head slightly, she said, "He's somewhere near. I can tell." "How can you tell his location?" Siarah didn't ask this question, and Enigma didn't intend to answer even if asked. The reason she could sense him was simple: Enigma had traces of 4 slivers inside her. Varian had 2 slivers. She could feel this and had traveled to the solar system. Even though Enigma couldn't sense Varian as proficiently as she could, it wasn't a problem to guess his rough location. But explaining this would lead to more questions, which was the last thing Enigma wanted now. "Rest for an hour, and we'll resume our search then," Siarah said, closing her eyes. 40 minutes passed, and Siarah had recovered almost 60% of her power when the cave began to shake. Huh. Siarah flew out of the cave and looked around. The cave, the mountain, no, the entire ground was shaking, as if an earthquake was occurring. Enigma appeared beside her and pointed in a direction with a trembling finger. "What?" Siarah spread out her light sense but couldn't find anyone. Enigma took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "He's coming." As her words fell, the skies suddenly turned dark, and a figure appeared on the horizon. Pure. A man floated at the horizon, just below the allowed range, and glanced at the 2 women on the mountain. Instinctively, he felt the purity of their souls, and a morbid desire to corrupt them sprouted in his mind. The undead man raised his hand, and a golden circle appeared in front of him. Then, as if tearing the circle apart, a blood-red spear emerged. It was a remarkable weapon. Its body was made of telekinetic energy, with lightning compressed at the end of the spear, boosting it to high speeds. The tip of the spear was dark blue ice, highly compressed ice mana. Several thin but strong vines wrapped around the spear and pulsed, like blood veins. Time around the spear seemed to slow down, and the space around it loosened up, enabling faster travel. Varian? Siarah gaped at the undead man. Enigma, equally shocked, unsheathed her sword. "Save your words. We need to kill to resurrect him." "Right." Siarah stretched her hand, and a shining spear made of yellow light materialized in her palm. "We'll need to win at any cost." Enigma gripped her sword handle and shook it twice. A gravity ripple spread from her body, enveloping Siarah, making her as light as a feather. With the assistance of gravity, she could now travel at far higher speeds than her normal. Siarah lifted her spear, and an oscillating wave of invisible energy enveloped Enigma. In Enigma's eyes, the movements of the undead Varian suddenly slowed down. Because she had drained her time power to suppress Varian's death strand, Siarah had never been able to display her full power. Today, however, she had fully recovered her time power and got the chance to use it earnestly. As if fate would have it, her opponent was her lover. "Varian, we'll bring you back." Siarah yelled and kicked the ground. Enigma did the same at that exact moment. Their figures turned into rays of light and shot towards the undead man. Due to their incredible speed, the mountain they were standing on exploded, sending a destructive shockwave in all directions. The undead didn't even glance at them and turned to his right. As if sensing something interesting, his lips curled up imperceptibly, and his spear pointed in that direction. The next moment, a fierce wind blew, almost toppling the nearby mountains. A giant ash-colored wolf appeared on the horizon. With one step, it halved the distance, and with another, it was in front of the undead. Graw! The undead giant opened its mouth into 4 quadrants and spat out a pillar of blue fire. At the same time, Siarah and Enigma reached the undead and were about to attack him. The fire pillar came from the front, and from the right, the 2 pure girls approached. Die! The undead hummed and waved his hand. The blood-red spear spun so fast that it seemed like a red laser beam and then shot at the fire pillar. Boom! The spear continued to pierce through the fire column. But the closer it got to the undead wolf, the slower it moved. Though he didn't show it, the undead instinctively knew the wolf's strength was nearly his equal. Therefore, he had no time or focus to spare on the 2 pure, living beings. Even though all undead had a far greater desire to destroy the pure, he had more hatred for fellow undead. The undead man himself noticed this on a basic level, but he couldn't think about it further. All he could and did do was follow his instinct and slaughter more undead. So, when the 2 girls attacked him with their strongest attacks, he snorted and swatted them away. Since he also wanted to hunt them slowly and relish the experience, he didn't hurt them too much. However, he was currently boosted by the Death Strand and was a peak level 9. So, even a weakened version of his casual blow was no joke. Boom! Enigma and Siarah were about to attack Varian, thinking they could sneak up on him and bring him back to the living. But they only heard a loud clap, and the next thing they knew, a powerful force struck them in the abdomen and sent them flying. The world around them receded in a flash, and they crashed back into the rubble of the mountain they came from. The ground continued to shake, and fierce shockwaves emerged from the ongoing fight at the horizon. Even though they were 100 miles away, the shockwaves were so strong that the rubble of the mineral mountain was breaking apart. A few minutes later, the shockwaves subsided, and the rubble blasted apart. 2 injured women stood up with pale faces. They looked at each other and saw the same emotion reflected back: despair. Just one blow. It looked heavy, but Varian's slap was very merciful. They were only moderately injured and didn't break too many bones. The reason they stayed immobile for a few minutes was the ice mana he infused into the slap, freezing them despite their best struggles. Siarah parted her trembling, bleeding lips and muttered with a ghastly expression. Enigma spat out some blood on the ground. The blood was frozen. Wiping her mouth, she said, "He's not a sovereign yet." Siarah wrapped her arms around her shoulders to fight the bone-chilling cold and said, "There's no difference. We can't beat him. And with every battle, he'll grow stronger. It's been only 3 days, and he's this strong. After a month, no, even after a week." The more she spoke, the paler Siarah's face became. "You're wrong," Enigma shook her head and said lightly. "No matter how fast Varian's growth rate is, he can't go from a low level 9 to peak level 9 in 3 days. If that were the case, why would Varian have to face so much hardship on Earth? Why not just spend 3 days in a high dungeon and be done with it?" Siarah paused for a moment and then replied, "That's right. He said that too much growth in too little time will lead to bottlenecks." "Exactly. And his current strength isn't really his. You sensed it too, right? The energy of the Death Strand? It's propping him up to peak level 9, Enigma said calmly. You mean? I believe that's the limit it can take him. So, Varian will be in the range of sovereign beasts. They'll fight him, and they can injure him. We can't beat him, but we can certainly assassinate him when he's at his weakest, Enigma explained. Siarah's eyes shone with hope. Whatever Varian's plan to return to normal might be, it wouldn't work in an undead state. They must kill him and bring him back to life. Let's go. It's easy to find Varian's location. Wherever he is, there's a fierce battle on the sovereign scale. Even though the Mad Zone has many powerhouses, sovereigns are still very rare. So, Enigma and Siarah found him easily within an hour. On what was once a snow mountain range, now an ice plain, Varian was waging a fierce battle against 6 powerful undead beasts. Despite being outnumbered, he had a clear advantage. In a normal situation, Siarah would be ecstatic to see her lover's overwhelming strength. But now, that same strength was her biggest worry. Her fears turned out to be true. Even though the 6 undead beasts coordinated against him, their intelligence was limited. If it were 6 human sovereigns of equal strength, they could have drawn a stalemate. But the undead couldn't even last 2 hours. After the hunt, Varian let out a violent laugh and set off for his next target. The black aura and halo covering his body remained active, though they sometimes fluctuated. Using their light and darkness powers to conceal themselves, Siarah and Enigma followed him from afar. They didn't dare to appear within 1,000 miles of his range. Thankfully, the aura and shockwaves from Varian spread far enough for them to maintain a safe distance. The next few hours were undoubtedly the most shocking for Siarah and Enigma. They witnessed Varian kill sovereign after sovereign. In just 6 hours, more than 20 undead sovereigns were slaughtered. Of course, this didn't mean he was much stronger than the average undead beast. His advantage mainly came from his fighting skills and the combination of his 8 powers. Ice against fire beasts, freeze space on agile beasts, and time attacks on slow but strong beasts. These targeted attacks, combined with his genius battle sense, led to a spectacular streak of victories. On the way from one sovereign battle to another, Varian would slaughter all the undead he encountered. There were nearly as many undead as the living, but in this region and its surroundings, the ratio had been skewed. At least 80% of all undead in these regions, totaling at least 2 million, including at least 100,000 level 9, were slaughtered. So that's why. Enigma realized why they hadn't been fiercely chased by the undead in the past 2 days. There were barely any undead left to pursue them. Varian's slaughter continued. But as they say, all banquets must come to an end. After killing all the sovereigns he could, Varian turned his gaze toward the border mountains. Teleporting in front of a giant mountain that made him look like an ant in comparison, Varian fearlessly launched his attacks. Lightning mixed with ice, space combined with time, and telekinesis driven by psychic power. All the forces merged into a grand attack and struck the giant mountain. Boom! A quarter of the mountain instantly evaporated, and columns of green liquid shot into the sky, filling the air with a coppery smell. Then came something no one expected. Nhi! The mountain moved. The earth shook, and the sky trembled as a deep roar came from the giant head that emerged from the base of the mountain. A giant turtle. The boundary mountain was its shell. Then the whole region is surrounded by these giant turtles. The moment Siarah had that realization, the turtle had fully woken up and released its aura. An aura at the very peak of the sovereign state hit the sky, dispersing the clouds summoned by Varian's lightning power. The earth began to tremble as aura from all directions converged on the turtle. The turtle's eyes snapped open, and 2 giant green orbs regarded Varian with indifference. As if paying homage to those ancient green eyes, the sky dimmed, and the wind stilled. Even Julius would have backed off against such a powerful foe. But Varian just laughed and resumed his attacks. Knee! Countless small brown walls appeared in the air, blocking Varian's attacks. Occasionally, some broke through the defense and hit the turtle. A few minutes into the battle, the turtle had multiple crater-level injuries on its body, spilling shining green blood. Nherr! The turtle let out a different roar, and the world seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, a giant brown palm materialized above Varian. Ha ha ha! Varian's attacks struck the palm endlessly, but it continued like an inevitable curse and slapped Varian. It seemed to take forever, but the time was so short that Varian couldn't even teleport. Boom! Dust filled the sky, and the ground shook as if it were about to break apart. When the dust settled, a huge palm print, several miles wide and deep, was entrenched in the ground. Varian was still alive on the ground, though he was missing an arm and a leg. He glanced at the turtle one last time with a cold smile and teleported away. Quick. Enigma, ignoring the risk of being found out, locked onto Varian's aura and used her artifact to teleport to him. As Varian continued to teleport, they continued chasing. A few seconds later, Siarah and Enigma faced the injured, undead Varian standing on a tree, looking down at them with a cold smile. "You don't know me?" Siarah asked, her voice quivering. All she received in response was a lightning bolt. Ugh! Enigma pulled Siarah away, saving her from getting injured. Thankfully, after the serious injury to his palm, Varian's power had dropped significantly and seemed more manageable. "Siarah, focus," Enigma said, pointing her sword at Varian, who was looking at them with an amused smile. "He's not sane. He's treating us like prey, just like all undead." I know," Sarah's expression hardened, and she summoned her light sword. "Ha ha ha ha." With a roar of arrogant laughter, the silhouettes of the three blurred. Boom! 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 The sky lit up with colorful attacks, and the ground was painted with craters as the three clashed at supersonic speeds. Since Varian was severely injured, this was their best chance. So, Siarah and Enigma tried their hardest, disregarding their own safety. But... ugh! Arg! Siarah and Enigma crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Blood began to pool around their bodies, and their vision blurred. They had lost, and lost badly. Varian was indeed greatly weakened by his injury. However, his planty power was quickly healing him, restoring his strength. If not for that, they might have won. But now... Siarah struggled to sit up, but every bone in her body seemed broken. She gritted her teeth and turned to Enigma, who was in the same condition. "We're going to die," she said in a weak voice. "We didn't save him. Nor could we save ourselves." Enigma drew in a breath of cold air as a lightning bolt struck her shoulder, sending searing pain through her body. But she still answered in a calm tone, At least we tried. That's enough for me." Siarah shook her head and channeled the last bits of her aura. She could manage one more attack. Tap. 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 The footsteps of the undead Varian approached, announcing their deaths. He looked down at them with an alien, cold smile and raised his hands. A lightning bolt appeared in his right hand, and an ice spear appeared in his left. "She wants to see him," Enigma muttered, then transformed into a brown-haired beauty. The lightning bolt and the ice spear moved toward their targets slowly, as if teasing them. "Varian! Varian!" Sia yelled, tears in the corners of her eyes. "Wake up! Please! Come back!" Siarah wanted to say it was useless but simply sighed and looked into Varian's eyes. The lightning bolt hovered over Siarah's heart, and the ice spear rested at Sia's neck. As the final moment approached, the two girls fell silent and looked into Varian's eyes, saying the last things they wanted to say. "I love you," one whispered, while the other said, "I'm sorry." The lightning bolt fluctuated, and the ice spear shook. The undead Varian clenched his fists as he looked into the eyes of the two girls. A deep instinct inside him urged him to kill and corrupt these pure souls. But another instinct rose within him, one that had long existed but needed an opportunity to manifest, an instinct to protect. Such an instinct could only be formed by a mad love as natural as breathing. As the two instincts clashed, Varian stood still. Now. A light sword pierced his neck. In the dense woods of a jungle, an egg appeared out of nowhere. Unlike the usual, the eggshell was carved with intricate patterns symbolizing lightning, water, muscle, and more. It was obvious that this egg was far more precious than any other. Its life scent was an irresistible aroma to the undead. They quickly grouped up and started rushing toward the egg. In cases like these, the egg should have been protected by living beasts that would come to its rescue. However, the living beasts, too, were fast approaching the egg with a killing intent. Besides the living scent that every egg gives off, this one also emitted a death scent. Thus, an unprecedented event in history occurred right in this remote jungle. The living and undead beasts poured in from all directions. The trees rustled and fell, while the ground cracked apart. From the sky, the forest was being invaded and destroyed at a visible rate. The goal of this invasion was at the center of the forest, the egg. A high-level level 9 zombie mantis and an equally strong ape reached the egg first. The undead and the living looked at each other and attacked the egg together. But the space around the egg fluctuated at the last moment, and it disappeared right under the noses of the living and undead beasts. HAA. Enigma clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground. To move the egg under all those gazes, Enigma had to overuse her space artifact. The backlash was quite severe. Her lungs were burning, and her throat was on fire. Despite her mental strength, Enigma dug her fingers into the soil and groaned in pain. Slowly, blood leaked out of her lips, and the burning sensation receded. On the other hand, Sarah's attention was completely on the egg. Come on, come on, come on. She enveloped the egg in a light curtain, shielding its aura from the rest of the world. Siarah knew that a Varian, who would emerge from this egg, wouldn't have any memory of her. But she'd rather see him like that than as an undead. In the worst case, she could form new memories with him and hope he would regain his old memories one day. After seeing how he refused to kill them even when he was an undead, it was clear that Varian's love was so deep it had become an instinct. Siarah wouldn't have believed it if someone told her an undead could try to protect someone. But here she was, alive because Varian couldn't bear to kill her. What if that same instinct or love enabled him to remember her? Is it too much to hope for a miracle? Sarah's golden hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes remained fixed on the egg. As if responding to her wishes, the egg cracked, and a naked man stepped out. Varian looked around with the curiosity of a baby. Seeing the blonde girl staring at him intensely and the tricolored-haired girl slowly getting up, he tilted his head and blinked. Eehee, he chuckled strangely, raising his fists. Fight! 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 Enigma, who had just gotten up, only saw a blur in front of her eyes before a huge force struck her abdomen. The pain of broken bones and torn muscles reached her mind instantly. Groaning in pain, she stared at Varian's innocent smile as she was sent flying. Varian, I've written this down. Ignoring the little threats, Varian reached Siarah and raised his fists. Unlike Enigma, who was terribly exhausted and even injured, Siarah was in nearly perfect condition. What's more, after his rebirth, the death strand no longer powered Varian. So, his strength returned to his base level. However, that base level had significantly increased compared to before his death, thanks to all the battles he'd fought as an undead. Siarah faced Varian's punch without any fear. A golden light enveloped her and blocked Varian's attack. Then, a blue fist appeared out of nowhere and punched him in the gut. Coo! Varian clutched his stomach and licked the blood dripping from his lips. His playful gaze turned serious, and he snapped his fingers out of habit. Pa! Sarah's light barrier nearly shattered as an invisible force struck it at its weakest point. Pa! 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 Then, the space cracked at that very spot and exploded, bringing her barrier close to breaking. As if that weren't enough, a swarm of lightning bolts and ice bullets continued to strike her barrier at its weakest point, despite it being in motion. Ugh! Siarah tried to jump back, run away, and even counterattack. But Varian's attacks came like an unending flood, striking her golden barrier relentlessly. The moment she removed the barrier to try anything else, before she could act, she would be overwhelmed by the endless attacks. Is this how a newborn should behave? Siarah yelled bitterly at her unsuspecting lover. Even though rebirth allowed the beasts to retain muscle memory, there was a significant drop in combat skills. Only after living for a substantial amount of time and fighting could these reborn beasts return to their full combat experience. But... Varian suddenly elbowed backward, and the sound of breaking brick filled the air. Enigma, who had almost succeeded in sneak attacking him, was elbowed back and crashed into a mountain. The battle continued. Siarah continued to be the main fighter while Enigma supported her from the sides and tried sneak attacks from time to time. Light spears, darkness hands, temporal slowdowns, gravity increases, raw punches, and illusions, everything they could throw at him, they did, and failed. Varian suddenly turned around and punched Enigma, who had appeared behind him. This was already the 6th time, and Enigma had a resigned expression on her face. The next thing she knew, she fell into the rubble of the mountain she had first crashed into. The pain of broken bones and torn muscles caused her to frown and suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. And as time went on, their odds only worsened. If Enigma hadn't been so drained and injured while trying to bring the egg, they would have defeated Varian comfortably. But with her out of the equation, Siarah faced a much harder task. Ha 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 ha. Varian laughed cheerfully and rose into the air. Looking down at Siarah and Enigma with a playful gaze, he opened his palms and summoned 2 giant swords. The air grew chilly, hot, and congested all at once. 2 shining swords appeared in Varian's hands, aimed at the 2 girls. Unlike his usual attacks, these swords were almost a complete combination of Varian's 8 powers. Even if you teleported, these swords would track you down, pull you into illusions, dodge your attacks, target your weakest point, and strike without mercy. Enigma had seen the pitiful state of the undead subjected to these swords. Recalling their tragic screams and staring at the sword tips aimed at her, even a stoic like Enigma couldn't help but curse. Fuck. Varian paused for a moment, seemingly wondering what the tricolor girl had said. Using this rare gap, Siarah used her time power to run over to Enigma. Even though grouping with her seemed to change nothing, Siarah didn't want the girl who had sacrificed so much to die at Varian's hands. Say, Siarah, Enigma stood up with her shaky legs. After finding Varian, assassinating him in his undead state, are we going to end here, under his own hands? We can still retreat, Siarah said in an unconfident tone. The moment those swords appeared, all routes of retreat were cut off. She knew it too. Their situation was precarious. We'll either bring him back or we'll die here. Enigma sighed deeply and summoned a pitch-black sword with the last bits of her darkness mana. Maybe we won't. His instinct stopped him from killing us when he was an undead. Siarah summoned a glowing light spear and pointed it at her lover in the air. Undead rely more on instincts. Varian can think now, even if he's bad. Enigma pointed out the difference in the 2 situations. Thanks for crushing my hopes, Siarah shrugged with a relaxed face. The moment those swords appeared, she felt it clearly. They were likely going to die here. Varian in the sky was annoyed by their chatter and waved his hand. Fight! Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 swords cleaved the wind and reached the girls in a blink. Having applied both gravity and time powers to each other, Siarah and Enigma jumped away and dodged. The swords spun fast and chased after the girls. If I get to live, I'll tease the hell out of him for roaming this place naked. Siarah bit her lip as the sword scraped her shoulder, and blood spilled out. And I took some pictures and videos for blackmail, Enigma answered as the hilt of the sword slammed into her abdomen, causing her to cough out blood. Will you confess to him if we live? Siarah asked as she bent backward and dodged the sword. What? Enigma yelled as the sword pierced through her palm and flew away. The 2 girls used the talk as a means to distract themselves from the tragic situation. Even though they tried their best, little by little, their injuries were piling up, and their aura was dwindling. Enigma's condition was particularly concerning. She started off as the exhausted one and had already accumulated many injuries. At some point, Siarah began guarding the weakened Enigma. So, she had to face 2 swords alone. With every second, Siarah's injuries increased at an alarming pace while her stamina plummeted. Blood spilled from every part of her body, and fatigue pushed her to the brink of collapse. Siarah looked up at the man in the sky, her vision red from the blood pouring from her forehead into her eyes. Her hearing grew faint, and the only taste she could feel was the iron of her blood. "Varian, wake up," Siarah said weakly. "I'm tired. Please." The response was a hum from the deadly sword and a new wound on her shoulder. Enigma knelt on the ground, feeling her body grow heavy. "If we die, it's over. Siarah, Enigma, Sia, our lives will cease to exist if we die here. I can't win him," Siarah said in a despairing voice as her injuries worsened. "What can I do?" "I have a plan," Enigma said, transmitting her words through her psychic power. On the other side, Varian was about to finish off the two women. Just as he was about to strike, Logos, the system, was about to act. Before his death, Varian had made an agreement with it. If things went south and he was about to kill the girls, he would be given back his memories and sent back to the solar system. In that case, Varian would have 1 year to live. After that, he would have to obey every word of the system. Logos didn't like this agreement. But to remain free of cause and effect, the price Varian would have to pay for such a divine intervention had to be very high. This was the lowest price Logos could offer, and it was already terrible. As Varian prepared to drive his swords into the hearts of the girls, the system sighed. "Host, the system doesn't like what's about to happen." But alas, a ripple spread out from the system, enveloping Varian and the swords. "Die." The swords shot forward, and the system was about to act when the girls disappeared. Huh. Even if they teleported, they would still be chased down by the swords and killed. To Varian's surprise, they teleported right next to him and grabbed his hand. Synergy. Varian. In the past, whenever they performed synergy, the common phenomenon was the inner worlds of the three colliding. Varian's world would be the center, while Siarah's and Enigma's worlds would intersect with his. The intersection between Siarah and Enigma was nearly non-existent, though they could still feel each other. Now, Siarah could see Enigma's inner world clearly. It was a mix of 3 colors, yellow, blue, and red. At the center of this world was Enigma, surrounded by 2 vague outlines. One was a slightly smaller Sia, and the other was a slightly taller, more mature figure that Siarah couldn't recognize. Enigma's world intersected with Varian's and began reaching out for his consciousness, just like Siarah's. "Varian." Siarah called out as she felt a connection beginning to form, searching for Varian. The problem was Varian's world. It was completely dark. Compared to the previous times when his world was brimming with all sorts of colors, it was now gloomy and lifeless. Is this the state of his soul? Siarah recalled that synergy was essentially a linkage of souls, and the inner worlds were just a reflection of the soul's state. Varian's inner world, showing the state of his soul, gave off an unwelcoming aura. With each passing second, this darkness was slowly trying to engulf their worlds at the intersection. "Varian." Siarah called out. This call wasn't spoken physically or even psychically, it was at a much deeper level. Visually, her call was like a colorful rope thrown into the dark world, shining for a few seconds before being swallowed by the darkness. "My calls aren't reaching him." Siarah understood. But she didn't stop. "Varian. Varian. Varian." In the center of the darkness lay a man curled up. In stark contrast to the darkness around him, he was glowing brightly with all the colors of the spectrum. However, the light he emitted was swallowed by the darkness, making everything appear completely dark to an outsider. Occasionally, colorful ribbons entered this world and tried to approach him, but the darkness devoured them like quicksand. Varian. Siarah didn't know how much time had passed. Her consciousness began to feel tired, a sign that the synergy session was nearing its end and should be wrapped up. Siarah panicked. Enigma's justification for trying synergy before their death was, rebirth cannot happen without a soul. If the problem with his memories lies in his soul, we need to reach him. It turned out to be true. Since Varian's colorful inner world had turned dark, the issue was certainly with his soul. They had identified the problem. If they let the synergy end, they would be killed by Varian in real life and lose their memories. Then, the three of them would be trapped here forever. Siarah was unwilling to give up when they were on the verge of saving Varian and solving the problem. Enigma. Enigma. Can you hear me? Do you have any suggestions? We're almost there. We can't leave him like this. Siarah yelled into the void. A few moments later, a broken voice answered, In? G go in Z. Go inside. Siarah realized Enigma's message. She looked at the endless darkness before her and steeled herself. Yes, I will. Saying this, she stepped into the darkness. Behind her, everything was colorful, bright, and cheerful. In front of her, everything was dark, gloomy, and desolate. Siarah's consciousness took another step forward and fully entered the darkness. At that moment, everything around her went completely dark. There was no destination, no direction, no place. It was a terrifying, empty darkness. Varian, Siarah murmured. With each step she took, the darkness slowly crept onto her. Like ink slowly staining a sculpture, it was slowly capturing her. Siarah could feel it herself. With every passing moment, she was becoming more connected to this darkness. And before long, this connection would make it impossible for her to leave this world. Then, the darkness would swallow her consciousness. An eternity of darkness. It was more terrifying than death. Siarah was terribly scared but managed to keep going. She didn't know which direction she was heading, as the world was constantly twisting and moving. But she moved anyway. Just like Varian, the light she emitted was also swallowed by the darkness around her, preventing anyone from finding her. Since entering the inner world, Siarah had approached Varian 3 times. But each time, she was just outside the range where she could feel the light coming from him before it was devoured by the darkness. As time passed, Siarah continued to move, but her movements were sluggish. Her legs were enveloped by the darkness, as were her arms. Every step felt like swimming against a current. She was like a bee stuck in honey, yet she staggered forward. But eventually, the darkness was taking hold of her, bit by bit. Her abdomen went next, then her chest. Slowly, her neck, her lips, her nose. Varian. Varian. Her eager but weak voice continued to travel through the darkness, hoping to reach him. But the cruel darkness swallowed her voice just as it was swallowing her. Varian. Siarah's beautiful blonde hair was swallowed by the darkness. Then her forehead. Her delicate ears. Finally, only her eyes remained. In a world of darkness, the light of those blue eyes seemed to be the only thing left. And the bright blue eyes continued to search. Varian. Varian. Siarah's consciousness was on the verge of slipping into an eternal sleep. If it were devoured by the darkness here, her body would become a soulless vessel, a fate worse than death. Yet, Siarah didn't think about anything else. She knew it was dangerous. But she had stepped into this dangerous world, and since then, she had thought of only one thing. Varian. As the last trace of her consciousness was about to be swallowed by the darkness, Siarah saw a spark in the distance. Varian. She used the last bit of her strength and moved forward. There, she saw it, a man curled up, holding something in his bosom. Since it was her consciousness, she could feel it clearly. Varian was hugging, no, protecting his memories. Varian. Siarah called out in the gentlest voice she could muster. Varian's eyelashes fluttered. Varian. Varian. As her calls grew louder, Varian's eyelids slowly moved. The light he emitted intensified a millionfold. The darkness could no longer swallow his light, and in an instant, Varian's inner world lit up as if it were the eve of a festival. In contrast to the oppressive darkness, the inner world was now filled with beautiful colors, deep oceans, roaring skies, stunning forests. It was a living spectacle, a thing of beauty. Siarah's body, which had been devoured by the darkness, returned. A few meters away, Enigma was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. She had almost been devoured by the darkness. Thankfully, Siarah had arrived in time and saved everyone. Siarah stepped forward and cupped Varian's cheeks. With a million emotions swirling in her eyes, she said once more, "Varian. I am an 18-year-old. Since I was a kid, I've always had great dreams about my future. Even though my world came crashing down when I was 17, I managed to pull myself back up. Many things about me changed in that 1 year, but my dream of growing stronger didn't. I still wanted to grow insanely strong, not just to defeat the Abyssals and bring peace, but also so I don't have to watch my people being killed. It's my greatest dream, but it's also my greatest fear. I dread the day I might have to watch someone I love being killed in front of my eyes, helpless to stop it. Perhaps that's why I train. That's why, even though I could take it easy and easily reach the sovereign state, I shed sweat and blood. Many say they're driven by their dreams, but I am driven by fear. I can endure physical pain and withstand mental torture, but I can't bear my nightmare becoming reality. I consider myself a rational and calm person, but I often act on impulse and emotion when the people close to me are harmed. I pursued a cold-blooded revenge against Creo without thinking things through. I slaughtered the younger generation of the Xanders, destroyed the geniuses of the Demon Abyss, and tortured Dr. Thomas until he broke, giving him a new identity. I oversaw the brutal torture of my enemies. Yet, I'm the same person who is angry that my girl was tortured. Am I a hypocrite? Not that I care, but, with some exceptions, the people I torture are actively harming the human race. How could the same be said about an innocent 17-year-old girl who was kidnapped by a mad scientist and treated like a lab rat? But does this justify my actions, which resulted in the deaths of people not guilty enough to deserve it? No. My actions led to the death of people who shouldn't have died. And I admit this without any hesitation. Yet, this doesn't weigh down on my conscience. After causing millions of deaths on Mars indirectly and almost allowing the Mirage Queen to start a war, I witnessed the horror I inadvertently caused. The suffering, the pain, and the cries engulfed me. My conscience almost choked me into paralysis. But as I saw more corpses and heard more tragic cries, my heart grew numb. I no longer cried for the people who died. I still felt sad, I still knew I was the one responsible, but I no longer lost sleep over it. I didn't become a psychopath who wished to actively harm others and seek pleasure from it. Nor did I become a winner who cried in guilt over the loss I caused. I accepted the loss and moved on. But despite the growing indifference, I felt more and more responsible. I wanted to continue protecting the human race. But I'm no hero. When my own life was threatened, I decided to back off. Or at least, that's what was supposed to happen. I still went into the abyss, I still fought the undead. I was implanted with a strand of death energy I couldn't destroy. I was pushed into a space crack that nearly killed me. Siarah, Sia, and Enigma paid the price for my actions and nearly died. I tried my best to keep them safe. But as the undead chasing us grew every day, things got tricky. Even then, I was confident I'd grow strong enough soon to keep them safe. But my body failed under the death strand, and instead of protecting them, I ended up being protected. I became a burden. I was the reason Enigma was almost pushed to death. So, when I woke up and learned her condition, I ran to her without a second thought. I didn't care if it was dangerous. I didn't care if it was stupid to risk my life after she had saved mine by risking hers. All I cared about was her safety. I barely spent time with my father, and being a single parent, my mother couldn't spend enough time with me. I lost my father. I lost my mother. I didn't want to lose anyone else, no matter the cost. So, I ran. Across the thick forests, up the dangerous mountains, and down the scary valleys, I ran. When I finally found her, she was on the verge of death. My mind went blank at the sight. My body froze, and I thought the blood in my body had stopped flowing. Dying in front of me as I watched helplessly. The memory of my mother's death flashed in my mind, overlapping with the present. At that moment, I didn't care about my safety. I roared at the undead and jumped to save the girl who had grown closer to me. Siarah was dismayed by my actions. I felt sorry for her, but even that guilt didn't stop me from doing what I had to do. I didn't want to live in a world where I would lose the people close to me. Siarah, go. I told her I had a plan. I did. A stupid plan. I would negotiate with the system and retain my memories. The price would, of course, be tremendous. But there was no other choice. System, I have a request. As the fires of the undead engulfed me and my consciousness started fading, I called out to the entity deep inside. The plan was stupid, but an agreement was reached. I would sell my soul to the system in exchange for 1 year of life. But it was the best plan possible. Then darkness enveloped me, and I lost all form of consciousness. I knew right then that the next time I opened my eyes, my soul would no longer be mine. But then why, Varian? A pair of sky-blue eyes appeared in front of him, waking him up. The world suddenly came to life, and I gasped, relishing the long-lost sensation of being alive. I looked at the clear sky, heard the pleasant sound of the river flowing by, smelled the sweet scent of the flowers, and felt the gentle touch of the wind on my skin. I looked at the blonde girl on my left and the silver-haired girl on my right. Their eyes were closed, and their soft hands were holding mine. I noticed my hands were pressing their palms tightly, as if to crush them. As a result, their hands were bleeding heavily, and the scent of blood filled the air. Yet, they didn't let go of my hand. Host, you are lucky. The system was about to bring back your memories when they performed synergy with you. Remember how you can share your insights through synergy? It's because synergy actually builds a link between your souls. So, the same synergy enabled them to wake your soul and restore your memories. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I was prepared to sell my soul and live for a single year. Yet, now I was told that not only had I returned, but I didn't have to pay anything. With a shocked mind, I just stared at them blankly. The world dimmed at that moment. In my eyes, only their profiles remained. Slowly, the corner of my lips lifted, and I looked at the rising star. It's good to be alive. After the synergy was successful, Siarah fainted. When she regained consciousness, she felt a familiar warmth from a pair of familiar arms hugging her waist. Ha! Siarah gasped and opened her eyes with worry. Varian's smiling face appeared in her vision. Siarah's eyes turned teary, and she felt something stuck in her throat. Even breathing became hard. But she still managed to utter, "Is it you?" Varian smirked. "The one and only, yours truly." Siarah's world brightened. Her breath returned to normal, her throat didn't feel stuffy, and the tears in her eyes receded. Varian playfully scraped the tip of her nose and said, "Want to say something to me?" Siarah nodded and suddenly bit Varian's arm that was wrapped around her waist. Ouch! Ouch! Yo! Varian called out, more out of surprise than pain. "Take it easy, lady." At some point, Enigma also woke up. She noticed that Varian wasn't hugging her but was keeping her in a sitting posture with his telekinetic power. She looked at Siarah biting Varian's arm and her lips curled up. Without hesitation, she bit down on Varian's shoulder. "What the fuck?" Varian yelped in surprise as the second player joined this biting game. "I was expecting some tears, a hug, and a couple of kisses, not a bite." "Certainly not 2 kisses. In your dreams. You said you had a plan." "Plan my foot." Siarah glared at Varian with teary eyes and continued biting his arm. "I didn't lie though," Varian shrugged, suppressing the complicated emotions in his heart and displaying a carefree smile. "You just acted before the plan could be implemented. Not that I'm complaining. In fact, I'm glad you did what you did." He didn't want to reveal the price he was about to pay for his revival. He didn't want to sadden them any further. And they might really kick up a fuss. "Flattering won't get you anywhere," Enigma said with contempt. nor will mindlessly risking the life I nearly died to save. Thank you for valuing my sacrifice so much that you threw it away. Saying this, Enigma bit down harder. Due to the slight repulsion that still existed, Varian's skin started to crack. Since the area of contact was only her teeth, the damage was minimal. And thanks to the planty power quickly healing his skin, no blood was spilled. Otherwise, it would have really looked like Enigma was biting Varian to the point of bleeding him. Still, her words caused Varian to shiver slightly. Enigma did risk her life to save him. And he had gone back to save her and literally died after that. Anyway, Varian coughed and decided to skip the topic. Can you two stop biting? There's a time and place for everything. Even for biting, there's an appropriate time and place. Confused by his words, Siarah loosened her grip and looked at him. Appropriate time and place for biting? When and where? Varian's lips curled up, and he said in a cheeky but assured tone, you can bite the pillow on the bed or the bed sheets when you want to hold back. Varian. Siarah's skin turned pink as she imagined the exact scene. Shaking her head, she clenched her fists and glared at him with grievance. Then, she bit him again, even harder this time. TSK, okay, you're practicing for the future. Varian clicked his tongue and looked at Enigma, who wasn't even biting him properly now. Even though she maintained an indifferent expression, the tips of her ears were red. Ahem, Enigma, don't learn from Siarah. She's a bad girl, Varian said with a righteous expression, as if it wasn't him who made the dirty joke. Enigma wanted to punch that smug face, while Siarah wanted to beat him up. If it were the usual Siarah, she would have remained silent and taken the teasing with a blush. But now... Bad girl? Siarah left Varian's arm and bit his ear. Her hot breath brushed against his ear, and her soft tongue touched his skin. Am I a bad girl? Fuck. Varian's breath stopped for a moment before heat rose from his abdomen. With Siarah sitting on his lap, she could clearly feel the hardness poking at her. The blonde blushed like a ripe tomato but still rolled her eyes at Varian. Horny man. You just came back from the dead, and you want to create new life? Whether intentional or not, her lips were still close to his ear, and her hot breath poured over it like an aphrodisiac. Varian raised his arms to Siarah's chest but stopped just before touching the peaks. Fuck. You win this round. He lowered his arms and grabbed her waist, pulling her off his lap and standing up. Then he silently walked out of the cave under the confused gazes of Siarah and Enigma. Siarah buried her head in her knees, seeming like she wanted to avoid all social contact for a century. Enigma, on the other hand, looked at Siarah with a weird gaze. The look in her eyes seemed to say, were you always this naughty? Feeling that intense stare, Siarah buried her head even further. Outside the cave, Varian teleported to a nearby snow mountain and jumped into the snow. Thanks to his body's powers, Varian's blood was far more potent than any normal person's. Infused with chi, it was a powerful, energy-rich liquid. Even a single drop could help recharge a level 1 body awakener. Now, Varian's blood was boiling. As a result, the snow around him began to melt. The water started to boil and vaporize. Fuck. Varian exclaimed in shock. Excuse me, is this normal? Varian knew awakeners were unpredictable, but this was too much. Why is she being so naughty? Varian sighed. He had a guess. Although he had come close to dying many times, he hadn't. But this time, he really did die. If this place hadn't been a miraculous zone enabling rebirth, he would have been gone for good. His revival and the return of his memories were a miracle. Siarah didn't know if he would return. She had to live as if he were gone forever, never to return. After enduring all the pain and heartbreak, she became acutely aware of the impermanence of life. What is true today might not be tomorrow. The loving words and smiles she shared today could be the last she would ever see. If life was so unpredictable, she wanted to cherish every moment. Speak from the heart. Leave no regrets. Do everything you want to do. Siarah. Varian leaned against the snow and looked up at the sky. She wanted to take their relationship to the next level, intimacy. Because she feared losing him at any moment. She wanted to hold him close and feel secure that he wouldn't leave her. Varian wanted to take the next step, too. But this wasn't the right place or time. Only a bit longer. Varian was confident he would reach peak level 9 before long. Once he did, he could mop the floor with the abyssal kings and queens and end the century-old war. Then, at the pinnacle of humanity, he would marry the girls he loved and give them the best possible life. You mean we can leave this place? You found a way? After an hour of embarrassment, Siarah was finally able to face Varian and Enigma. She had prepared to distract them with another topic so they wouldn't question her previous behavior. But Varian spoke first and dropped a bomb. Yeah. I still have memories from when I was an undead. I've figured out a way out. Varian felt uncomfortable recalling his dead past, but it held the key to their escape. But the border turtles are too strong, Enigma frowned. Even if you use that special power, you can't kill them all. We're not going to kill them all. We don't even have to. We just... Varian explained the details of the plan to the two. Siarah was unsure about the success rate, while Enigma focused on a safe retreat in case the plan failed. Either way, their main focus was on survival rather than leaving this place. Even if we fail, we can retreat safely. The biggest danger here, the undead, aren't chasing us anymore. They can't. Varian slaughtered most of them here. Siarah rubbed her forehead with a complicated expression. The knowledge of how to escape came from his time as an undead. And the reason they weren't worried about staying at the same place for a day or even several days was because of the slaughter done by the undead Varian. So, in retrospect, was it a net positive? Siarah sighed deeply and tried to erase the image of that Varian from her mind. But like a nightmare that wouldn't leave, it lingered. Every time she closed her eyes, it reminded her that her lover had died. That she had seen him die. And that it was only luck that he was still alive. I don't want him to risk like that again, Siarah bit her lip and thought. Let me take the lead in the plan. No, Varian refused without hesitation. Siarah rarely argued with Varian, but this time, she wouldn't budge, even if it meant upsetting him. I've seen enough, Varian. You took all the risks last time. You died. You literally died. It's sheer luck I'm talking to you again. I'm not stepping into the fire again. Whatever risk there is, let me take it. There isn't much risk. Great. Then I won't be in danger. Varian glanced at Enigma for help. The silver-haired girl kept an expressionless face, but the corners of her lips seemed to twitch upwards. You're holding back your laughter? Damn it. Varian grabbed Siarah's delicate shoulders and looked into her eyes. There won't be much risk if it's me. If it's anyone else, the risk will be greater. Usually, this would have worked, but this time, Siarah simply shook her head. Nope. I am not. Listen, Siarah, this isn't a one-time activity. We might fail multiple times before we succeed. It might take several days or even weeks. If you risk yourself and something happens to you, what if something happens to you? No, something already happened to you. Siarah wasn't giving in. But Varian grasped the core of her argument. Your safety will ensure my safety. If something happens to you, I'm doomed. Varian said. What? Siarah raised her head at him and blinked in confusion. We can move freely only as long as the undead aren't chasing us. There aren't many undead to chase us now. They have all reincarnated as living beings. But the living beasts will fight. The previous balance will be restored. In a week or two at most, there will be many undead here, Varian said with a serious expression. Enigma's expression turned serious at his words. Siarah, on the other hand, grabbed Varian's hands reflexively. Then your death, Strand. 50% of it is gone due to the consumption I did as an undead. But the remaining 50% isn't going to flare up easily. If the undead appear in my proximity for long enough, it will flare up again, and we'll be back to square one. Then what should I do? If I lose the boost from your time powers when the undead come, my condition will deteriorate much faster than last time. Even with only 50% of the strand, I won't last a week before fainting, Varian said. That. Siarah was now at a loss. Varian hugged the trembling girl and said softly, "It's okay. There isn't much risk for me. I died once, I don't want to die again. So, please let me take the lead." Siarah wanted to stay stiff, but under his sincere words, her body softened, and she fell into Varian's arms. Resting her head against his chest, she complained, "Woo, I can't win against you in any argument. It's not fair." Hearing her complaints, Varian laughed for a while, but his eyes remained on the blue screen that was only visible to him. Superhuman L9, 20k/50k, plus 16k, space L9, 5k/50k, advanced, plus 5k, lightning L9, 20k/50k, plus 20k, planty L9, 16k/50k, plus 14k, psychic L9, 5k/50k, advanced, plus 5k, macrokinetic L9, 5k/50k, advanced, plus 5k, water L9, 10k/50k, plus 10k, time L6, 4900/5000, advanced, plus 4900. Compared to earlier, there was a ridiculous increase in his divine paths. It should have been higher, but for some reason, the Death Strand forcefully raised his divine paths, slowing down his growth. Despite this, the scale of Varian's power completely changed. All of his divine paths, except the time path, reached level 9. Even the time path was on the verge of reaching level 7. Moreover, 3 paths were mid-level 9. Overall, Varian didn't think he had any problem fighting dozens of high-level 9s. Even fighting a peak level a 9 wasn't an issue. The Sovereign still remained a problem, however. But after I get to peak level 9, I can deal with the Sovereigns. He toyed with the undead Sovereigns as a peak level 9. But these undead beasts couldn't think or act properly, so their strength was greatly reduced. A battle against a living Sovereign would be much trickier. But I'm confident I can do it. A quiet valley nestled within a forest bordering the Boundary Mountains, Varian sneaked into a huge burrow whose entrance was large enough to fit 10 spaceships at once. A few seconds later, the ground shook, and a shockwave spread from the burrow's entrance. Varian appeared on a distant mountain and, without hesitation, ran away. Roar! An angry roar shook the sky and earth. Moments later, a giant creature resembling a rabbit rushed out of the burrow. Its big, red eyes glittered with anger and focused on the tiny figure quickly fleeing. Kicking the ground, the sovereign beast halved the distance between them in an instant. Its aura locked onto the man, about to crush him, when he suddenly disappeared. Wah! The rabbit found itself stopping in front of a giant mountain. It was the neighboring mountain that the rabbit had always failed to destroy. Normally, it would attack the mountain once every 10 days. But today it was 5 days ahead of schedule. Seeing the mountain remain steadfast, the giant rabbit grew angry. Despite trying for hundreds of years, the mountain stood stubbornly, as if mocking it. Just as it was about to return to its nest, it noticed something on the mountain. Roar! The giant rabbit pounced on the mountain and opened its mouth. Rum! The sound of sharp teeth clashing against a hard shell reverberated for miles. Sparks flew as the pointed teeth tried to penetrate the turtle's shell. The giant turtle, having missed sleep, had developed a defensive instinct over long periods of rest. Whenever any creature attacked it, it would strike back, even in sleep. So, like all other turtles here, it mostly slept. But now, it was wide awake, filled with worry. Its mind was preoccupied with the events of the previous day. A terrifying aura appeared out of nowhere, nearly blowing off the top of a fellow turtle. Hopefully, that creature should have died by now. Roar. The giant rabbit continued its attacks but couldn't penetrate the hard shell. The rabbit would leave after a few hours. Thinking this, the turtle slowly closed its eyes and allowed sleep to sink in. But right then, the tremors of the ground reached it, and before it could understand what was happening, a six-horned giant bull struck its shell. Boom! The mountain didn't move a single inch, but it shook violently. Exclamation point. The turtle didn't understand why these two beasts attacked together. But it didn't matter. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, there were always cases of 2, even 3 beasts attacking at the same time. Nothing happened. Yawning, the turtle once again allowed itself to slowly sink into sleep. With a battle neigh, a giant fire horse shot a big fireball at the turtle. With its sleep disturbed once again, the turtle was growing angry. But it was also puzzled. There were turtles to its left and right. So, why me? Gra-ah. The answer was revealed when a giant bear appeared and increased the gravity on the turtle. The rabbit, the bull, the horse, the bear, they were all staring at something on its shell. The rabbit was staring at a special herb that was supposed to be in its nest. The bull was staring at the red flower it hated very much. The horse was staring at the tail of a smaller horse. Finally, the bear, it was just attacking for the sake of attacking. It wasn't really looking at anything. Straight face. Facing 4 sovereign-level attacks at once, even the turtle felt the pressure. Still, if this much was enough to break the boundaries, they would have been broken long ago. Following a loud exhale, the mountain shook violently, and the turtle slowly stood up. The earth mana within 1,000 miles stirred and rushed toward the turtle. Dozens of giant boulders rose from the ground and floated in the sky, aimed at the 4 beasts. The boulders crumbled into fine sand, which then transformed into a shining gray, heavy soil, a far more dangerous form. The 4 beasts, noticing the attack, intensified their assault. Though not intelligent, they instinctively knew that running meant being hunted down one by one. Roar! A massive head emerged from the mountain-like shell and roared into the sky. The gray soil turned into countless small projectiles and shot toward the 4 beasts. The sovereign beasts retaliated. The sounds of groundbreaking and explosions echoed for hundreds of miles, and clouds of dust filled the air. Varian, Siarah, and Enigma watched the battle from a distance. Even if you saw them as undead, how did you know exactly what would enrage them? Siarah grasped Varian's arm and asked with curious eyes. Ahem, it's a secret, Varian said with a lopsided smile. Seeing Siarah's pout, he explained, when I was an undead, I couldn't defeat these 4, so I raided their nests and caused chaos. It's easy to know what they value and provoke them with it. You sound like an evil villain. Enigma tightened her grip on Varian's hand. Varian flicked Enigma's forehead and put on a righteous face. Excuse me, miss. I am the last fortress of righteousness in this forsaken world. Enigma glared at him, but Varian just laughed it off. Siarah narrowed her eyes at the exchange and thought back to Enigma's actions so far. In the end, she didn't say anything and decided to watch things play out. Enigma and Varian had been in physical contact for a few minutes. Since the repulsion had been constantly falling, the sliver attacks needed more time to build up. And now, boom! Another dull explosion sounded in the distance, and one more dust cloud and fire rose in the air. Oh, there we go, Varian said. He gently pulled his hand from Enigma's and teleported above the mountain. 4 giant beast corpses were sprawled in front of an injured turtle. The mountain was partially burnt, with parts of it flattened and bitten. Still, having won the battle, the turtle was about to sleep when it sensed a new creature teleporting above it. Not only that, it sensed the same terrifying energy it had felt a few days ago. The turtle wanted to cry, oh shit. Boom! The matriarch was savoring the fruits of her political success. She had incited the opposition to act against the invaders, only to have them killed by Prince Shaxx and others' teams. Then, she punished the invaders by banishing them to the eternal hell known as the Mad Zone. This event highlighted the stark contrast between the two sides, the matriarch, who successfully disposed of the invaders, and the opposition, who were pathetically slaughtered. This created an unprecedented appeal for the matriarch, placing her alongside the legendary leaders of their race. As she deliberately spread more and more rumors about herself, the half-truths and half-lies were exaggerated by the crowd, turning her into a living legend. Even a common courtesan could see that the matriarch was no longer just a ruler but a symbol of hope for their race and kingdom. Ah, the taste of power. I have finally achieved the goal of my life, the matriarch said, sipping the sweet wine made from exquisite fruits and sighing in delight. She was sitting on the balcony overlooking the palace garden, which featured beautiful and delicate flower beds, as well as precious herbs, resourceful trees, and plants. Just a single breath of the air from the garden could rejuvenate even a mid-awakener. But what the matriarch enjoyed more was the statue being built from precious alloys. The statue depicted a beautiful, mature woman with the grace of a saintess and the demeanor of a warrior, the perfect blend of kindness and cruelty, the matriarch of Horshans. As she listened to the chirping of the palace birds and the singing of the delicate animals, the matriarch entered a pleasant and calm state. Seeing her like this, one of the palace maids, who was pressing her shoulders, asked cautiously, "Matriarch, may I ask you something?" The matriarch would have reprimanded the maid for the audacity to ask in normal times. But now she was in a good mood. So she simply hummed, TW Mad Zone, can those invaders come out? The matriarch's expression froze for a moment before she let out a soft chuckle. No. It's impossible. We lost countless warriors to that accursed place. None of them came out. Not even the sovereigns. But the legends say sovereigns came out after paying a price, and that's how we learned the reality of that place. The maid couldn't help but voice her curiosity. The price, the matriarch paused and exhaled, is a treasure that they should not have wasted. Remember, the reason we learned the reality of that place is the treasure, not the people. No one can return from that place, after all, it is. The matriarch trailed off and opened her eyes. Looking at the horizon, she spoke in a cold voice, "What a great way to ruin my mood. It seems like you are asking for a whipping." Please forgive me," the maid cried out. I lost my grandfather to the invaders. I saw them up close when I was a child. They're strong. Much stronger than our sovereigns. I just feared they could do something our sovereigns couldn't." The matriarch waved her hand, and the maid fell silent. Her stiff body, however, relaxed. Though the matriarch could be ruthless, she wasn't unreasonable. To those who didn't defy her, she was quite tolerant and willing to listen. If this scenario had occurred with any previous ruler, the maid would have been severely punished. Perhaps this tolerance toward the common people and subordinates was one of the unspoken reasons for the matriarch's popularity. It's not a question of a strong or weak sovereign. The matriarch stretched her body and looked northwest, as if she could see the Twilight Zone lurking there. The Twilight Zone, Infinity Zone, and Deviant Zone are not things that any mortal can overcome. Any mortal. The maid repeated, dazed. The matriarch smiled at the young maid and patted her soft cheek with a meaningful expression. "Why do you think our scriptures called these zones divine? Why do they praise them as a blessing?" "No way." The maid felt her worldview crumbling. Matriarch, isn't that just random rambling? How can they be created by gods?" "Then you tell me," the matriarch smirked. "Who in this world can create a place to resurrect the dead and make the deceased undead? A place that lasts for tens, no, hundreds of thousands of years without any intervention? Are there really gods out there? Did the gods come to us?" The maid's eyes started to tear up. Then why did they abandon us? Why did they lock us in this world? Why? What sin did we commit? What sin did I commit? The matriarch's smile faded, and she held onto the balcony railing, looking at the sky. The gods walked this land in the distant past. They are the creators of this world, and they are our creators too. They did not abandon us, they selected us. We are the inhabitants of the greatest world created by the gods. Only a person of great destiny can clear the trials of this place and become the lord of this world. Alas, the gods set the bar too high. Even after hundreds of millions of years, no one passed the trial. No one was worthy enough. So, little one, we aren't cursed. We didn't sin. We are blessed. It's just that our blessings are too great, and that is why we suffer. The depth of the matriarch's words and their implications weren't grasped by the young maid or the other maids with her. But they were curious about the gods. Then, matriarch, will the gods return one day and set us free? Ha 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 ha. The matriarch burst out laughing as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world. The maids were bewildered and grew stiff, thinking they had angered her. But after a few minutes of continuous laughter, the matriarch looked at the young maid and said in the softest voice she could muster, "The gods are dead." The turtle's body dissolved into dust and flew away with the wind. Wow! As they saw what was under the turtle, it suddenly occurred to them that this might be the reason why these turtles never moved. Under the turtle was a circular metallic plate, resembling a manhole. The moment the dust settled, the metallic plate lifted slightly, opening a small gap. But that small gap was more than enough for a level 9 body awakener like Varian to notice the underground path beneath the metal plate. Enigma noticed the mysterious runes on the metallic plate. They were completely different from the ones she saw at the Deva ruins, but for some reason, they didn't give an alien feeling. Are they related? Siarah, on the other hand, had a grave expression. She didn't care about the underground tunnel or the mysterious runes. They're coming. Are we going out or in? Right after her words, dozens of terrifying auras shot into the sky and locked onto the three. The surrounding mountains woke up. They were still shocked that one of their own had died. As far as they could remember, this was the first time such an event had occurred. Even the one sovereign who escaped this place long ago did so because of a precious treasure. But now, the murder of their kin was unacceptable. It evoked a deep fear in the psyche of the great turtles, who had long considered themselves immortal. This man had shattered the belief they held since their inception. Even the cruelest torture would be too light for him. We better go out. Varian grabbed Siarah and Enigma to teleport out of this damned place when he felt the space outside solidify. What? Dozens of walls, made of potent golden soil, materialized and blocked their way out. Since these walls were reinforced by the turtles, even if they wanted to break them, it would take some time. By that time, the turtles' attacks would reach them. I can't teleport, can't break through, then what? Varian sighed. We're going in, he said. The space around them twisted before they disappeared. A second later, dozens of rock weapons blasted the area, creating a deep crater. But the metallic plate on the ground, which had closed just after Varian's group entered the tunnel, was now sealed. Despite being at the epicenter of the attacks, not a single scratch appeared on its surface. Wait, this isn't underground, Siarah exclaimed as she looked around at the glowing walls, which changed colors every second. You can tell? Enigma raised a brow and continued walking forward. This place was colorful and bright. The ground was strewn with colorful rocks, and the walls were filled with ancient carvings. There was no ceiling, and the sky was clearly visible. They weren't in the underground but in another space, like a dungeon. The entrance to this place was under the turtle. Why is the turtle guarding this place? What's the secret here? Siarah muttered as she walked forward, following Varian. There's only one secret I can think of. Enigma joined her and pointed to the air. Feel it, he said. Siarah frowned and focused her senses. Sorry, I can't sense anything except that something's weird. The vitality in death, Varian, who was walking in front, answered. Try injuring yourself here. Huh? Siarah was bewildered by his words but, out of curiosity, she pointed her finger at her palm and slashed down. The skin of her palm cut open, but the blood didn't come out. Siarah nodded in understanding and continued walking forward. But even after a few seconds, the injury didn't start healing. Only then did she realize this place was much weirder than she thought. System, I can feel something similar to you. Don't tell me your twins are here? I don't want to raise y'all. Varian clicked his tongue as he followed his instinct to that place. The slivers are with the great powers. What the host is sensing here aren't the slivers, but they are related. Oh. Varian was curious but didn't ask more. Thanks to his instinct, they easily chose the right route out of the dozens of passages, navigated a couple of rivers, and avoided many dangerous traps. Strictly speaking, this place was a maze. There were dozens of paths after every few miles. Even though there were no living or undead creatures, many trap mechanisms could still be triggered. If you chose the wrong route, you could end up in a poisonous swamp that could kill a sovereign in seconds or in an illusion that could fool even a peak level 9. If it were anyone else, even Prince Shaq's team, they would have met with a bad end. Only celestial rankers could survive the wrong paths. As they advanced forward slowly but confidently, Varian began to notice the dangers of the wrong paths. The more he realized the danger, the more he felt that the makers of this maze were either psychos or geniuses. If it's intended to be a test, then it's impossible. If it's meant to be a security measure to fend off invaders, then it gets a 6/5. After a few minutes, they entered a room with black and white walls, and the answer became clear. What? First of all, the room didn't feel normal. Just by standing there, it felt like they were facing something grand and beyond comprehension. Even though the room seemed millions of years old, it still felt fresh, as if it couldn't age. But the mysterious atmosphere of the room was completely overshadowed by something else. It was the object quietly floating in the middle of the room, 2 shining strands of green and ash. Just by standing in its light, a deep pressure fell on the souls of Varian, Siarah, and Enigma. It was as if it were blasphemy to gaze upon that object with naked eyes. System, what is this? The whim of a long-dead god. The concept of divine beings wasn't foreign to Varian or any human. Many myths from the old earth, across all traditions and cultures, told of such entities. Some of these divine beings were actually proven to be descendants of Devas, worshipped by earthlings for their miraculous powers. Could they still be called gods? Varian didn't think much about it. But from the perspective of divine paths, it was incorrect. Beings from level 1 to level 9 were termed mortals. The next range of beings were called celestials, and those above were referred to as divines. However, according to the system, none of them called themselves gods. There are no living gods today. But once upon a time, there were 3. As the system narrated, Varian slowly approached the twisting strands of divinity. These 3 were the earliest gods. They could do almost everything. But not everything. They were born after the universe and were products of it, albeit infinitely close to its source. The closer Varian got to the divinities, the harder it became. There was no aura pressure, no gravity pressure, and no change in temperature. Yet, an invisible pressure weighed down on his very soul. Something deep within seemed to scream, "Don't go. Don't approach any further. It is something neither you nor any living being should touch." Despite this, Varian moved forward. Siarah and Enigma followed him, but after 50 steps, Siarah stayed behind. After 10 more steps, Enigma stopped. These 3 gods were almost omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. But no matter what they did, they couldn't overcome the almost. The difference seems like just one word, but in reality, it's 2 completely different concepts. So, the 3 gods made a plan. As Varian inched closer to the divinities, he began to notice more things. There were light dots around the red and green strands. These light dots seemed to appear from nowhere and, after touching the strands, they would disappear into nowhere. Varian extended his senses and tried to analyze the divinities. He couldn't sense anything. Even though he could see them, to his extra senses, it was as if the strands simply didn't exist. On the other hand, he was able to successfully sense the light dots, but this only confused him further. Souls. The soul of a fire rabbit. The soul of a raging tiger. The soul of a... Varian didn't even know if he could call it a soul. After all, he had never seen them before. But these light dots contained the memories of these beasts, along with a dormant mental power and other things he couldn't detect. The only thing he could think of was a soul. And from the light dots, Varian saw certain creatures that belonged exclusively to the Mad Zone. So, these souls were either coming from the Mad Zone or from everywhere. But... death. Undead. Resurrection. Varian's eyes narrowed, and he took another step. His clothes were already soaked in cold sweat, and at some point, he was bleeding from the tips of his fingers and the corners of his eyes. The three gods wanted to be real gods. So, they decided to create a universe themselves. To do so, they began experimenting by making worlds. It was a costly affair, but they kept doing it. None of these worlds ever reached the standards they hoped for. Eventually, the gods stopped creating these artificial worlds. After some time, they died. Varian was 10 steps away from the strands. Now, he could see even more things. Almost like watching a movie, he saw a snake dying. He saw the snake's soul reach the ash-colored divinity and then return to its body. The snake's dead body turned into an undead. Then, he saw the undead snake kill an undead fish. That fish's soul came to the green strand and returned, forming an egg. At that moment, everything fell into place. These three gods represented three avenues: order-chaos, space-time, and life-death. Only the union of their powers could create a world so perfect. The place he was previously in was the creation of the primordial god of life and death. What lay ahead was a tiny fraction of that god's power, far from a mere sliver. But it was the power of a god designed to run that place. No matter who died there, unless they were comparable to the primordial god, they would resurrect. Varian took another step forward and reached the divinity strands. Taking a deep breath, he touched the two. A warm vitality spread from the tips of his fingers into his body, soon replaced by a chilling death aura. The two sensations went back and forth, and in just a few seconds, Varian felt as if he were tossed from heaven to hell and back. Finally, both sensations subsided, and the strands shone a light on Varian. Congratulations, host. You have gained ownership of this power and that place. Indeed, Varian could now sense the entire Mad Zone. With a snap of his fingers, he could make a beast die permanently or resurrect an undead. He could even order the region's guardians, the giant turtles, to die, and they would do so without hesitation. As Varian grew ecstatic, another light shone on him from nowhere. And since the primordial god had 1/3 of the credit for creating this world, as someone who received the legacy and gained control of the special zone, you are partially recognized by this world will. Whoa! Varian received a flood of information from the world will. The trial, the 4 teams, the inner world, and the prize. Not only that, but he also learned about the existence of 2 more zones, one created by the space-time primordial god and another by the order-chaos primordial god. Varian exhaled deeply. So much had happened in such a short time that he was a bit overwhelmed. But now, he knew what to do. Even though he received partial recognition, it wouldn't be enough to return to Earth. He needed to do 2 things. First, clear the trial and gain permission to leave this world. Second, ask the current ruler of the natives, the matriarch, for the cosmic coordinates of the Deva world recorded in their scriptures. With his current power, he was confident in accomplishing both. Let's go. Inside the inner region of Horde, there were multiple zones, based on the avenues: time zone, space zone, life zone, death zone, and elemental zone. Previously, Prince Shaxx and the Duchy's heirs teams were caught off guard by the difficulty of these zones. Even though this synthetic world seemed different from the usual, they didn't expect it to be this different. Despite each team carrying a sovereign and a hybrid, no one had the confidence to cross the zones and enter the central region. Still, no team considered joining forces. It was a matter of pride and achievement. However, after learning about the incident where Ruby Princess sent her sovereign outside and lost contact, things began to get serious. When the sovereigns of these teams tried to go to the outside world but failed, the princes realized they were trapped. The only way out would be to pass the trial. Given the situation, whether they liked it or not, even if they broke through a zone, there was little guarantee they'd remain safe in this dangerous place. After all, the trial in the central area would only be more perilous than crossing the inner zone. The method with the highest chances of survival was teamwork. As for who would win the trial and own this world, they decided to think about it after their survival was guaranteed. 4 sovereigns, 5 hybrids, 4 princes, and a princess ventured deep into the life zone to kill and survive. The sovereigns only targeted sovereign-level beasts and left the rest alone. If they do everything, then why should a prince even come here? Prince Shaq panted as he kicked the corpse of the giant bird he had killed. The life zone was home to beasts and plants of varying sizes. The deeper they went, the stranger these creatures became. The princes were no strangers to strange sights. They were educated by great tutors and had access to vast swaths of knowledge. At a young age, their knowledge outstripped that of many so-called wise men and women from lower civilizations. Yet, when they faced creatures they had never seen, they could only gasp in shock. Some ogre-like creatures reattached their severed heads and continued fighting. To kill them, both their hearts and brains had to be destroyed simultaneously. A couple of ash-colored, bat-like humanoids regenerated from a few drops of blood. To kill these, every drop of their blood needed to be burned or destroyed with an infusion of aura. There were also plants that sucked their vitality and healed all their injuries. These plants had incredibly high defenses, so they couldn't be killed in one shot and could heal their injuries quickly. This led to a tragic situation. The princes managed to injure the plant but couldn't kill it. Before they could attack again, the plant would heal itself, piling up injuries that it would quickly mend. They were fighting a losing battle from the start. It was only with the help of the hybrids, all attacking together, that they could kill the plant in one shot. Their woes didn't end there. Life Zone was not only filled with strange creatures but also with strange places. They had to pass through a forest that drained vitality. Destroying the forest would provoke the dozens of sovereign beasts resting there. Even with 4 sovereigns on their side, the battle would take hours. During that time, the sovereigns wouldn't be able to protect the princes, and accidents could occur. So, they had to make no disturbance and meekly walk through the forest. Then came a poisonous lake they had to swim through. Prince Shaq tried to test the feasibility of flying with his hybrid and discovered that it was prohibited by some strange laws. So, the team swam through a poisonous lake. By the time they reached the shore, despite all the measures they took against the poison, the princes were already on the verge of fainting. After taking a few precious elixirs, they continued forward. And things only got worse. "You have to be kidding me," Ruby Princess exclaimed, her eyes teary as she gazed at the ogre-like creatures rolling in the familiar green plains. The ground nearby was filled with craters, and the surrounding grass was completely burnt. In contrast to the surrounding greenery, the area where the ogre-like creatures were rolling was scorched black. "This is the place we encountered 6 hours ago. How did we end up here again?" Emerald Prince confirmed the traces of his own aura and muttered. "So not only is this place filled with dangers, but it's also a big maze," Prince Shaq said, narrowing his eyes. Compared to his peers, who were clearly disturbed and frustrated, he remained calm. "If we think of it that way, we can find the right way. Whenever we had the chance to choose between 2 routes, we picked the easier one. I think the answer lies in doing the opposite." Sapphire Prince nodded lightly, showing his acquiescence. Emerald Prince crossed his arms and said, "Yeah, sure. Though I'm certain it's going to fail." Only Ruby Princess remained silent, clenching her fists at her side. "What is it?" Prince Shaq asked. "And no, The haughty princess stuttered, her eyes darting around frantically. She still had her hybrid with her, and like all hybrids, he could be used both as a shield and a tester. But she had no sovereign. If things went south, the sovereigns would protect their own prince, and she'd be the second option or not even that. She was fine with taking the easier of the two routes. But if they deliberately chose the hard tasks, her life could be endangered. Is there any other way? Ruby Princess asked with a stiff smile. Prince Shaq immediately guessed what she was thinking and said lightly, no. Fine. We can't abandon our goal for you. But we can find you a safe place to stay until we finish the trial. Ruby Princess raised her head in surprise. Why, you mean it? Prince Shaq nodded. Thank you. I apologize for my earlier actions. An hour later, the teams left Ruby Princess and tried the method Prince Shaq suggested. The hardships increased, and they had to risk their lives to get through several areas. But thankfully, they crossed the boundary of the life zone, a white barrier. What greeted them was an astonishing sight. Serene mountains surrounded a pristine river. The sweet scent from the wonderful trees made one feel intoxicated, while the beautiful trees themselves painted the landscape green. Colorful fogs shrouded the tops of the mountains, adding both mystery and charm. In the center of this was a stunning palace carved from a mysterious metal. It changed color every second, a sight straight out of a painting. Even Prince Shaq, who had seen the grandeur of empires, couldn't help but marvel at this beauty that transcended all taste. Just by breathing the air, Prince Shaq and the others felt their souls flutter, as if they had reached nirvana. Then, just as they were about to step forward, a space crack opened, and a young man in black and white stepped out. A stunningly beautiful but reserved woman in black stopped to his left, and a woman in white, as beautiful as an angel from myth, stopped to his right. The young man raised a brow at their presence and then waved his hand. Yo! Life is full of surprises. Prince Shaq always believed in this saying. He took pride in the belief that he could withstand any surprise life might throw at him. Even after his brother went missing, he bravely lived through the court machinations and faced the mocking eyes of his peers. After what he had been through, most people would have broken down and run away from the palace. But this young man kept going. He might have been worried, surprised, or tense, but Prince Shaq always maintained a sense of calm, even in the worst of situations. At least, that's what his protector, guardian, and friend, Sovereign Alban, always believed. But when this strange young man stepped out of the space crack and waved at them, Prince Shaq's jaw dropped and his body stiffened, almost as if he were paralyzed. Of course, he was still better off than the other two princes. The Emerald Prince was about to retreat, while the Sapphire Prince was ready to attack the young man. Both of these choices were wrong. Since the other party could appear here like this, it meant he was either stronger than them or at least mastered means they didn't even know about. What if it was a coincidence? If it were a coincidence, the young man wouldn't be greeting them so confidently. He didn't even acknowledge the sovereigns and simply greeted the princes as if he knew from the beginning they were the team leaders. In the face of such an opponent, retreating would make one seem like a coward, and attacking would provoke an uncertain hostility. The only correct response would be, "Hello, I am Prince Shaq of Jewel Kingdom, Lumen Empire. May I know who your excellency is?" Prince Shaq took a step forward and asked in a sincere but polite tone. The young man tapped his lips with his index finger, as if contemplating his identity. When the space crack appeared, the sovereigns instinctively released their full aura onto the people who emerged. Even now, the young man was under the full aura of 4 powerful sovereigns, some of the strongest from their realms. Yet, he showed no discomfort and acted nonchalantly, as if he couldn't even feel the pressure. As Prince Shaq asked for the young man's identity, the other princes calmed down and stared at the young man and the 2 women with questioning eyes. Everyone in the Jewel Kingdom had different types of skin. Prince Shaq had golden skin that occasionally glittered, Sapphire Prince had blue skin, and Emerald Prince had green skin. However, these people were distinct from any member of the Jewel Kingdom. Moreover, they weren't from any of the prominent places or races known to anyone here. They also didn't resemble the natives. So, Who the hell were these people who suddenly appeared in the central area as if it were nothing? I am the protector of my civilization, the man who changed the fate of my race, the warrior who taught the meaning of fear to my enemies. I wish to leave this place, and to do so, I must clear the trial. So, here I am, the young man smiled lightly and spoke in the lingua franca. Emerald Prince looked at the green ring on his index finger and nodded slightly. He's not lying. The ring was a precious treasure that would shine if it detected lies, but it would only work for people within its power range. And I have some authority in this world, Varian continued with a smooth smile. I will guide you to the trial you seek. You can refer to me as a guide. The ring still didn't glow, and Emerald Prince nodded again. I'm not speaking the truth, but I'm not lying either, Varian smiled. He was indeed the protector of the human race, the one who saved his people from destruction multiple times. He also made the Abyssals fear him. He wished to leave this place, and it would only be possible once the trial was completed. Moreover, he was recognized by the world will and held the authority of the Twilight Zone. So, while he spoke no lies, his omission of crucial information created a different impression for the princes. To them, Varian was a powerful being imprisoned in this world and tasked with guiding the participants through the trial. Only when it was completed could he leave. In many legends and tales, it was common for a strong place to have a powerful guardian with a great background. Even more common was that if such a guardian was encountered and the trial was passed with flying colors, the guardian would choose to follow the victor, even becoming their servant. Wait, this is something only a hero of legend would experience. Am I such a hero? Sapphire Prince gulped and tried to calm his racing heart. Now then, please proceed to the trial area. I believe you don't want to waste your time, Varian gestured and turned around, clearly intending to lead them forward. Wait a minute, the sovereign of the Sapphire Duchy called, and the air suddenly grew heavy. Why should we believe you? You could be an imposter. And even if you're not, you might wish to harm my prince. It's safer to neutralize you before moving ahead. Even though he was facing them with his back, the smile on his face didn't fade. With a soft chuckle, he waved his hand. If I truly wanted to harm you, then... The space cracked open, and 12 giant mountains appeared on the other side. When the sovereigns wondered what was happening, the 12 mountains stood up and showed their true forms. The 12 great turtles unleashed their full aura, and due to the pressure, even the sovereign of Sapphire Duchy took a step back. To make matters worse, the young man, who had been holding the hands of the two women, was exuding a terrifying aura. Even though he hadn't released it fully, the sovereigns and princes could already feel its dread. One strike from him, regardless of whether they were strong or weak sovereigns, would kill them without resistance. A man with such immediate and immense power. Forgive me for my ignorance, the sovereign of Sapphire Duchy bowed his head. If you're truly sorry, finish this trial and let me out of this damn place. Varian smiled freely and glanced at the princes with the eyes of an elder. I wish you young ones good luck. May the best win. The princes stiffened at the mention of the trial. Now that their fear of survival had subsided, the competition would take top priority. As they walked forward with a leisurely but quick pace, they drew closer to the magnificent palace. Siarah maintained her cold expression, while Enigma put on her mask at some point and looked unapproachable. Only Varian's smooth smile remained. Oh boy. The guide walked with confidence, as if this place were his backyard. From time to time, he introduced the types of trees, plants, and flowers that grew there. Prince Shaq recognized a few, but most were unknown to him. So, it was quite informational. Normally, Prince Shaq would have been happy to gain more knowledge, but not now. Because... And this little pink flower is called Invincible Cutie, Varian said, pointing with his thumb. It reminds me of the day I sneaked into the highest camp of my enemy and killed their geniuses. That day, blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled like mountains. Prince Shaq opened his mouth to say something but, in the end, simply sighed. Glancing to the side, he looked at the other princes. Their faces were tired, and their eyes were bloodshot. Although they were also frustrated, there was more fear and awe in their eyes. The same went for the sovereigns. Why? Because the Emerald Prince's ring indicated that he was speaking the truth. That meant this man was truly a significant figure, and angering him might lead to a fatal slap. Or, the Emerald Prince's ring might not be working on him, which was no less ominous. Since even a sovereign couldn't overcome that ring, it meant this man could still casually kill them. But come on, they were princes of duchies and a galactic kingdom. They had seen many experts and weren't particularly interested in learning more about this man. At least, not as much as they were interested in clearing the trial. But what could they do? Prince Shaq looked at the sky like an abandoned kitten. And this tree is named No Problem Sweetie, Varian added with a nostalgic smile. I rescued a planet by myself, but to do that, I had to destroy tens of cities. Millions died in a single day. This tree is a remembrance of that event. Everyone on that planet was scared, but I told them, no problem, sweetie, and saved them all. Guide, we need to hone our minds for the trial. Can you please stop talking? Sapphire Prince said with a disgruntled expression. His guard, Sovereign, nodded meekly while wiping the sweat off his forehead. Young people, if you can't even stand this, what will you achieve in the future? Patience, a man needs patience, Varian smiled like an old fella. Learn from me, I'm a man with a lot of patience. But sir. Shut up. Don't interrupt when elders are talking. Sapphire Prince stiffened and stopped speaking. He looked at Varian with aggrieved eyes. Patience? What patience do you have? You cursed me just because I interrupted. And this plant is. Varian didn't care about the strange gazes and continued his narration. He spoke like an old politician who could brag about the non-work he did during his term, like that old principal who gave an hour-long speech with absolutely no content. The more he talked, the more he bragged. The princes had long given up trying to escape this insanity and slowly got used to it. From time to time, they cast sympathetic glances at the two women beside this man. I finally know the reason why that girl in white looks so cold. This bastard must have driven her crazy. And her. She's mad to the point where she has to wear a mask to prevent herself from swearing at him. Yet, that must be it. Feeling the sympathetic gazes, Siarah and Enigma didn't know what to do. But they didn't have to think much as Varian started his next tale. Ugh, really now? Siarah and Enigma took a deep breath and controlled themselves. With a single glance, they understood what the other person was thinking. Varian's narcissism hadn't disappeared, he just didn't have the time to show it. And things went from bad to worse. It wasn't just them who were frustrated. Host, if you say another word, the system swears it'll self-destruct. Yo. Aren't you overreacting? Oh, I get it. You're jealous. Fine, I'll name a yellow flower after you, Varian thought to himself as he continued his speech. The system wishes it had a body to beat you up. Particularly your mouth, it has to be sealed for the good of the universe. Humph. Silencing someone doesn't prove you're right, it shows you're afraid of the truth they speak. Varian raised his chin proudly. That's totally out of context. Excuses, Varian snickered. Excuses. Of course, Varian knew his words were annoying, but that was exactly what he intended. To them, he was a strange guide who had appeared out of nowhere, strong, mysterious, and a dangerous variable. They were still on guard against him. But after all his bragging, their vigilance towards him had considerably dropped. People's opinions of others can change, and the way of talking plays a significant role in that. Varian knew this and exploited the psychology. A few minutes later, Varian finally stopped in front of the giant palace. It was so vast that it was impossible to see its end in a single glance. The palace had 3 spires that pierced the clouds and shone from above. With each second, the palace shimmered in a different color: blue, green, red, yellow, purple, white. Varian checked the information he had received when he was partially recognized by the world will and nodded to the princes. The time has come, he said, pointing to the giant silver door between the two pillars. Prove yourself worthy. Win the trial, win Hordes. Prince Shak looked at him for a moment, then walked to the silver door. The sovereigns glanced back at Varian with a serious gaze. Many thoughts raced through their minds. Should we try to control this variable? Perhaps his strength is all a bluff? He hasn't fought since he appeared. But their conclusion remained the same. He seems like a frustrated, narcissistic, and confined expert bound to this place. If my young master clears the trial, this guy might feel indebted, and we'll have a new slave for free. Reflecting on the guide's behavior so far, he didn't seem violent or unreasonable. Moreover, he was hiding a deep past. Altogether, it wasn't wise to provoke him. The sovereigns abandoned any thoughts of aggression and turned to the door. Open, Prince Shak commanded the hybrid to open the door. The other two princes did the same. With a heavy, lazy creak, the giant door opened, and a bright light engulfed the teams. Varian finally sighed after seeing them disappear. Fuck, that was dangerous. Is it? Enigma rolled her eyes. Didn't those turtles follow your command? You can just bring them in and kill them, can't you? Varian slapped his thigh. Kill my ass. I was just bluffing. I'd need at least a few minutes to summon those turtles. By then, we'd have been killed 100 times. Siarah patted Varian's shoulder gently. Huh. Then she bit down. Ouch. Oi, puppy, go back and give me my Siarah back. I didn't sign up for this. Sarah's eyebrows twitched, and she stopped biting. Listening to your bragging, I wanted to dig a hole and bury myself. I am dying of shame, but how can you say all that with a straight face? Why not? Varian shrugged, as if it wasn't a big deal. Be honest, did I lie about any of my achievements? No. Siarah bit her lip and nodded. Then what's the problem with bragging? If I am humble and stay silent, I am doing this universe a disservice. Wait, what? Think about it. A handsome, righteous young man overcomes so many hardships and trials. He's a living legend. If the younger generation doesn't hear my tales, they'll miss out on an important icon. It's my responsibility to inspire them. Siarah lowered her head and muttered under her breath, I'm afraid for our children's future. Cough, cough. Varian nearly choked on his saliva and glared at Siarah. She was looking back at him with a smirk. She did it on purpose. She definitely did it on purpose. Anyway, Varian decided to be a big man and forgive the little girl. He glanced at the palace with a serious gaze and said, we have to prepare ourselves too. Prepare for the trial? Enigma asked with a puzzled expression. Didn't they just go? Those sovereigns are very strong, maybe they can. They have no chance of winning. Varian said with confidence. The trial makers were either crazy or sadistic or both. Millions of geniuses took the trial, none of them won. Saying this, he pointed to the flowers, trees, and plants he had previously shown to the princes and said, these were born from the souls of those geniuses. What? Siarah's eyes widened as she looked at the plants, trees, and flowers that filled her sight. If we don't want to be remembered with a ridiculous name after our death, we have to do our best. The space behind Varian cracked, and he started summoning all the turtles of the Mad Zone. Even with all these turtles, this trial won't be easy to pass. Even with the turtles, it's going to be hard? What even is the trial about? Enigma's mask had disappeared at some point, and her face showed the confusion in her mind. Actually, it's a grand trial consisting of a couple of trials. They can pass most but will inevitably fail. Varian went through the information in his mind and continued, the first trial is the simplest of all, the expedition. Prince Shak and the others appeared in a vast, plain land that stretched in all directions. The land, and even the sky, was ash-colored. There was not a single plant, tree, or even a blade of grass in sight. Sapphire Prince kicked the ground to check something. What the? Even though he kicked the ground with great strength, not even a tremor was felt. Most surprisingly, not even a bit of dust rose into the air. The ground didn't have a single grain of sand, it was smooth like a sheet of paper. This must be the expedition stage. It seems to be common in all synthetic worlds, even this weird one. Prince Shak looked around and commented. But something feels off. A bright light flashed at the horizon, and a beautiful vortex of 7 colors shone brightly. That's the exit to this trial. Sapphire Prince said with a smile. As everyone prepared to dash toward the vortex, the air suddenly grew heavy. Boom! A huge pressure fell upon everyone present, and an invisible force separated them into their respective teams. Space grew erratic, indicating that teleportation was prohibited. Dark clouds appeared in the sky, suggesting that flying was also forbidden. This pressure isn't half bad, the sovereigns acted casually despite the pressure. The hybrids also didn't show much discomfort. But the princes were sweating profusely. Despite being at peak level 9, they were the weakest in their teams. Ugh, I can't fly like this, but I can walk. Prince Shak said, taking a step forward. Sweat rolled down his forehead, and his legs were shaking. But the prince took one step after another. Sovereign Alban watched his prince endure this hardship and felt a pang of pity. He wanted to shield him from the pressure and sent a wisp of aura to cover Shak. But as his aura was about to envelop the prince, it was crushed by the invisible pressure, and a formless fist struck Alban in the abdomen. Sovereign Alban swallowed the blood that rose in his throat and smiled wryly. Looks like he has to do it himself, Like Prince Shak, Sapphire Prince and Emerald Prince were also moving forward with great struggle. Thankfully, it was hard but doable. They reached the vortex after 3 hours of excruciating walking. Unlike the other synthetic worlds, what the worlds these primordial gods created are called, this one has higher pressure. You need to be at least peak level 9 to pass, Varian explained. Then we can't pass even the first trial, can we? Siarah said with a dispirited expression. After all, external help isn't allowed. Who knows, Varian simply smiled. You do. Enigma snorted. Anyway, this trial has eliminated 3% of the contestants so far, Varian said. Basically, this trial sets the lower limit for the contestants. At least peak level 9. The space crack behind him continued to expand slowly. To bring the sovereign turtles, the space needed to be robust. So, Varian continued to expand the space crack and chatted with the girls. The second one is the Rainbow Trial. Huh? Emerald Prince titled his head and stared at the 12 different doors in front of him. These doors were made of an unknown bronze and filled with green carvings. In the center of each door was a small cavity. They emitted a particular aura that showed a path: body, mind, planety, spacetime, and gravity. A total of 12 types. After entering the vortex, he and his team appeared in a white room. They couldn't break the walls or the ceiling. The only way out was through these 12 doors. Right after appearing, they received a message in their minds: open 6 locks to proceed. Emerald Prince pursed his lips and glanced at the hybrid standing beside the sovereign. Go ahead. This trial was one of the primary reasons a hybrid was typically used in synthetic world teams. The hybrid expressionlessly walked to the body door and placed his fist inside the cavity. The hybrid had 2 origins, each with 2 paths, giving him a total of 4 paths: body, gravity, mind, and lightning. The door shook slightly, and a beam of powerful chi shot out from the cavity and hit his fist. The hybrid instinctively blocked the beam with his most powerful path, lightning. The chi was blocked, but the beam didn't stop. You idiot, use the same power that the door uses, the sovereign cursed. The hybrid's eyes remained blank, but he changed his approach and poured out his chi. When the 2 chi came into contact, the beam's intensity decreased until it matched the hybrid's power. Push it back, the Sovereign ordered, and the hybrid complied without resistance. He poured out all the chi in his body and struck the chi beam. The beam stagnated for a moment before disappearing. The door turned translucent. Next, the hybrid then went to the mind, gravity, and lightning doors and cleared them one by one. Next was the Sovereign. And finally, the Prince. After the sixth door turned translucent, the remaining doors shattered, and the three disappeared. Almost at the same time, the other two teams also moved to the next trial. So you just have to work a bit hard to open the door of your path? That's it? Enigma raised a brow. Pretty much, yeah. Where's the challenge in that? 6 different paths for 3 people. That's the challenge, Varian shrugged. Think about it. This trial was made hundreds of millions of years ago, before any hybrids were born. The makers must have hated the single-path awakeners. Anyway, unlike other synthetic worlds, this one needs 6 unlocks, not 4. Surprisingly, more than 10% of the teams failed to pass this test, Varian said with a smirk. TSK, I can pass this test by myself, hahaha. The first 2 are fine, but the third is one nasty trial, Varian laughed with an evil grin. Why? Did you ever wonder why these duchies or kingdoms send a weak prince to this synthetic world? They can send another hybrid who's sure to be stronger than a prince, Varian continued. For experience and merit, Siarah tilted her head cutely. Apparently, a synthetic world is a strategic treasure for these big forces. There are a limited number of them in the universe. It doesn't make sense to send princes to win a strategic weapon. By doing that, they're just squandering their chances of winning, Varian explained. You're really feeling enthusiastic today, talking so much. Enigma indicated that she wanted him to shut up. Excuse me, I'm a newborn. Newborns do make a lot of noise, Varian said shamelessly. The real reason he was babbling was to distract himself from the pain he started feeling due to the space crack. It was fine at first, but the longer he kept it open and expanded it, the worse the pain got. It felt like a hot sword was stabbing his flesh and vaporizing his blood. The pain was so intense that he just wanted to stop opening the space crack altogether. But to win this trial, he had to keep going. So, he talked. And talked. Thankfully, his body path allowed him to control his facial expressions and prevent himself from sweating. So, he appeared normal while he was going through hell. Of course, if he started talking nonsense, Siarah or Enigma would notice something was wrong. So, he began to speak about the trial like an old bard. Anyway, the third is the survival trial. It's quite simple. They'll be swarmed by a horde of monsters that are as strong as the weakest team member. They have to survive to pass. Horde? How big is it exactly? Well. Varian chuckled, for normal synthetic worlds, it's 100, but for this one. Your mom. More than 300? No, 500. Sapphire Prince jumped up and down as he dodged the countless elemental attacks directed at him. After passing the second test, his team appeared in a vast plain. Before they could even explore the place, they were surrounded by a huge swarm of humanoid creatures that lacked any facial features. Each had the strength of a peak level 9 and began attacking the prince simultaneously. The main force of the team, the Sovereign, protected the prince from the first wave of attacks and entrusted him to the hybrid. The hybrid fulfilled its duty, faithfully protecting the prince at its own expense. The Sovereign, meanwhile, jumped into the horde and unleashed his full powers to kill the creatures. As a Sovereign, he had a significant advantage over the peak level 9s. However, this did not mean he could face an endless amount of them. When the creatures, numbering in the hundreds, attacked him indiscriminately, even the Sovereign was pushed back. Thankfully, his single attack killed at least a dozen creatures. As time went on, the horde began to noticeably shrink. However, the numbers were still too high. The hybrid and the prince remained defensive. The Sovereign started getting injured. First, it was just a scratch. Then, a minor injury. Eventually, a huge chunk of his flesh was blown away by the combined attacks. Yet, the fight continued. As hours passed and the horde shrank to a quarter of its initial size, the hybrid and the prince joined the offensive. The sovereign took the opportunity to gulp down another precious healing potion and rejoin the battle. By the time the last creature was killed, the three of them were drenched in blood and covered in injuries. Despite joining later, the hybrid suffered the worst injuries and was almost pushed to death. The prince accumulated several major injuries and lay on the ground, drained of energy. Only the sovereign was better off, but even he knelt on one knee, panting heavily. This is absurd. How is this trial so hard? Sapphire Prince groaned as he took a few painkillers and healing potions. This world itself is weird. Why wouldn't the trial be weird? The sovereign wanted to shrug his shoulders, but the stinging pain made him smile wryly. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. The prince cursed and fainted. A few minutes later, a light enveloped the three, and they disappeared from the plains. Compared to other synthetic worlds, the numbers here are 75% higher, Varian said. That's why this trial alone has eliminated 50% of all candidates to date. Whoa, a half? Yep. I mean, if we took that trial, we'd have to face more than 500 mid-level 9s. Varian shrugged. That's hell. Aren't you stronger than us now? The trial only looks at level. Good for us. Then, can we pass? Varian gave it serious thought for a moment and shook his head. Nope. Actually, they could. But the two would die in the process. Technically, it's a pass. But for Varian, it's a fail. The only way to pass this trial is to have a sovereign in the team, Varian shrugged. Anyone not doing that is just asking for a beating. Right. Siarah nodded. A sovereign's attack power isn't really equal to 200 or 300 peak level 9s. It's only about a dozen times higher. But a single sovereign could indeed thwart hundreds of peak level 9 warriors. It seemed absurd, but the same logic applied in a fight between an adult and a child. A human adult is only a few times stronger and faster than a human child. But what would happen in a fight, even if 10 children fought against an adult? Siarah shook her head and glanced at the space crack behind Varian. It had been continuously expanding since the start and was now the size of a mountain. It had been a few hours already, and no turtle had emerged. Varian, didn't you say the turtles would be out in a few minutes? Siarah asked. Ah ha ha ha. As he endured the growing pain of opening the space crack, Varian wanted to slap his past self for saying those words. A few minutes? Without any pain, sure. But with this much pain, it would take a few more hours. I was joking, haha. And, yeah, do you know what the next trial is? After the teams completed the survival test, the fourth trial began after a brief break. It's called Mirrors of Self, Varian laughed loudly, trying to mask the pain bubbling up inside him. It's pretty interesting, to be honest. The trial will create a copy of your team, and you have to pick a clone other than yourself and kill it. Siarah noticed something was off with Varian, but the trial piqued her interest, and she blinked her bright eyes. Isn't that hard? Usually, Siarah had a cold expression, but around him, she was more cheerful. This innocent and cute look was devastating. Imagine a pure and cute girl looking at you with those eyes. It's a critical hit, times 100. Varian's heart twitched at her innocent actions, and he just wanted to pinch her cheeks. Wait, what the hell am I doing? Oh right. Ahem, it's hard. The sovereign can kill the prince or the hybrid. The hybrid can kill the prince. But who can the prince kill? No one. Varian shrugged. But this is only the fourth trial, right? Even though this world's trials are more difficult than others, it shouldn't be the one to hold the teams back. I'm guessing more like the 7th or 8th. Siarah tapped her chin and commented, well. Then, Prince, please proceed. The sovereign of the Emerald Duchy bowed lightly and pointed to the 3 motionless clones standing in front of them. They were exact replicas of the Emerald Duchy team. Phew, the prince exhaled deeply and chose the sovereign clone. I'll have to make this quick. The sovereign picked the hybrid clone, and the hybrid followed by choosing the prince clone. A bright light flashed, and the three were separated by large walls. The walls of the room transformed into mirrors, and they found themselves in a mirrored chamber. But instead of their own reflections, they could only see the reflections of the clone they had chosen. The sovereign gripped his sword and slashed down. The hybrid's clone was ripped into 3 parts and blew away into specks of dust. The hybrid's attack reached the prince's clone and burnt it into ash. Finally, in the mirror room with the prince. The prince took a deep breath as the timer above his head slowly ticked down to 0. Any attacks could only begin when the countdown ended, and any before that would result in a penalty. Of course, the prince didn't attack. Even if he landed a successful hit and there was no penalty, it would be useless against a sovereign. Instead, he calmed his mind and found a link between himself and the sovereign clone. I knew it. The sovereigns were connected to the princes through a type of slave contract. It's not unbreakable, but breaking it is highly risky. Besides the horrific pain it inflicts on the slaves, an absolute feature of the slave contract is DA. Boom. Before he could finish the action, the air in front of the prince compressed and exploded with the intensity of a nuclear blast. What? The prince's heart nearly stopped as a small light flashed in front of him and grew into a cloud of lightning. The defensive treasure on him activated automatically, protecting him from certain death. The sovereign clone didn't care and appeared in front of the prince in a blink. Clenching his fist at his side, he prepared to kill the prince with a punch. Damn it. The prince cursed and completed the link in his mind. Death. Crack. Boom. The barrier from the defensive treasure shattered like fragile glass, and the treasure itself dissolved into dust as the menacing fist approached the terrified prince. No. This is wrong. This thing is much stronger than the sovereign. When the prince realized, a stinging pain filled his face, and his skin split apart. In an instant, his face turned bloody and looked as if it had been drenched in green paint. But the prince's eyes were wide open, fixed on the fist that stopped inches from his nose. Thankfully. The prince slumped to the ground and collapsed. The other two had similar experiences, but they all passed. This stage is common in other synthetic worlds as well. That's why the princes are given a contract over the sovereign, Varian explained. Of course, this world is harder. If the princes are careless, they'll die. This trial took. Siarah nodded repeatedly and cupped her cheeks with her hands. 70% are gone already. And there are still 5 more trials. It sounds crazy. It actually is crazy, Varian sighed. When this trial was made, there was no such thing as a slave contract. This means they intended for the participants to be able to kill at least one of the other 2. But they also have the survival trial, where a member needs to be weaker than the other 2. Otherwise, the Horde, which is as strong as the weakest team member, will be too dangerous, Siarah pointed out. Exactly. If you want to pass this 4th trial normally, you'd want the teammates to be of equal strength, with special restraints on one teammate. Fire, water, wind, or something like that. All peak level 9. But if that's followed, in the 3rd trial, the team will face 300 peak level 9. There's no hope of victory. It's as if the trial was designed to be unwinnable, Varian narrowed his eyes. The trials of other worlds don't have this harsh a condition. In fact, 2 members can choose the same clone as an opponent, and the members who win can support those fighting. So, the prince can fight his clone and wait for support. I've been meaning to ask, Siarah tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked at him with a curious gaze. Why is this world different from others? Different. Varian chuckled. Out of all the failed products, this is a successful one. Exclamation point. The space crack behind Varian continued to expand. Unlike before, the aura of a sovereign creature fully began to leak from the other side, and a heaviness filled the air in this core region. The giant turtles slowly opened their eyes and glanced at their master. They were as old as this world itself. When the primordial gods realized this world was a success, they placed the turtles as its guardians. Of course, for their own entertainment and experimentation, each god created their own playground. The primordial god of life and death created the Twilight Zone, an experiment to throw in all sorts of beasts and keep them in a cycle of endless reincarnation. To prevent the toys from escaping, the boundaries, the turtles, were created. To keep the boundaries from aging and dying, the primordial god allowed them to draw vitality from his power. This is why these creatures could live for hundreds of millions of years. However, the amount of time they have stayed awake would hardly equal 100 years. So, while they lived for a long time, the turtles still felt young. To them, this new master only invoked curiosity. Yesterday, the primordial god ordered them to guard. Today, this new owner was telling them to destroy something. And now, he was talking to that blonde female. This world is a priceless treasure, Varian sighed but didn't explain why. Siarah didn't ask for more. After being with him for so long, she realized that sometimes, more knowledge about certain things isn't necessarily a good thing. Some things needed to be hidden for their own and Varian's safety. Varian sensed the mood and changed the topic. The fifth trial is called the Great Fall. The authority of the trial will suppress everyone's aura to level 1. Then they have to fight. They have to fight a level 3. No attack treasures allowed. Wait, level 3 against level 1? Siarah raised a brow. The power differential is high, okay? In other worlds, it's level 2, which is actually doable with teamwork. But here, it's level 3, Varian shrugged as if it's something that can't be helped. Siarah continued to talk while Enigma had fallen completely silent. Her silver hair turned brown, and her violet eyes turned golden. Sia looked at Varian's back and sighed. A lot had happened since she left. Now, she was overwhelmed and didn't know how to respond. But unlike Siarah, she knew something. Varian was in pain, likely due to the space crack that was stupidly delayed. But he was in pain for certain. His subtle facial expressions, body language, and choice of words all gave it away. Sia went from behind and hugged Varian. For some reason, since that day, the restriction on her darkness power was slowly being lifted. It was as if she was no longer responding or caring about it. This was also the reason Sia didn't appear for a long time after leaving earlier. She was trying to control the darkness power completely, and before she knew it, all of this happened. But finally, she too gained the third path. Feeling the softness and warmth from behind, and especially the low but existing resistance, Varian was startled. Sia. Sia didn't say anything and pushed her darkness mana into him. Unlike the rampant and abrasive darkness in her attacks, this one was smooth, soothing, and comfortable. Varian's pain steadily subsided, and he let out a deep breath in comfort. So, I still got found out, huh? He shook his head inwardly and was about to explain when a thin finger was placed on his lips. Shoo, Sia rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. Siarah was puzzled by her actions but, feeling Sia's weak aura, she didn't say anything. Level 3? Not level 2. Sapphire Prince couldn't close his mouth. They were in a small forest, and standing in front of them was a goblin barely a foot tall. It waved its club at them with a fierce expression and licked its lips aggressively, as if proclaiming itself the predator and them its prey. It was just a level 3, no different from a pebble for the prince. But since appearing in this forest, all of their strengths were suppressed to level 1. So, this goblin could actually kill them all. No offensive treasures allowed. I guess we can only use defensive ones and wear him down, the sovereign proposed the safe solution. I guess. Sapphire Prince retrieved the treasures from his storage ring with an expression close to crying. The treasures would also be suppressed, so he'd be sacrificing many precious treasures just to deal with a puny level 3. He had already lost his defensive treasure in the last trial. Now, the cost of these treasures was piling up, and his net worth was shrinking rapidly. This better be worth it, he gritted his teeth and slapped the treasures onto the goblin. A few barriers formed around the goblin, and the mad creature started attacking them indiscriminately. The prince watched his sovereign-grade treasures used on a level 3 and bowed his head in shame. Thankfully, a few minutes later, the exhausted goblin was killed by the team, and they were sent to the next trial. This trial isn't that hard if you have some defensive or locking-type treasures, which princes typically do, Varian said. So, this trial only eliminated about 2% of the contestants. The space crack behind him stopped expanding and was slowly consolidating. It was already too big to take in at a glance. One giant turtle after another had lined up on the other side of the space crack, ready to enter at any time. For more trials, Siarah muttered. How many do you think they can pass? They'll likely pass the 6th trial, 7th is possible, 8th. I don't know. Varian pursed his lips. But the 9th is impossible. The teams entered the 6th trial, Nest of Regrets. The moment they were pulled into this trial, all of them found themselves in an unexpected place. It was a world crafted from their memories, yet it felt as tangible as anything real. Prince Shaq found himself as his younger self, sitting at one of the VIP tables in the 3rd row. The venue was the crystal ground of the capital, a place entirely made of colorful and exquisite crystals. The ground was blue crystal, the tables were green crystal, and even the tablecloth was a semi-solid red crystal. What? Prince Shaq let out a surprised gasp. The people around him gave him strange looks before turning their attention back to the stage. Shaq, what happened? A familiar voice sounded, and Shaq reflexively turned to the side. A man with facial features similar to his own was sitting beside him, relaxed and composed. His fingers were clasped together, and guests from both the front and back rows were glancing at him from time to time. Be brother. Prince Shaq gulped his dry throat and said in an almost crying voice. This was the day his brother went to that cursed place and disappeared. Even though they said he had died, Shaq believed his brother was still alive. But if he could stop him from leaving for that place. No. Prince Shaq shook his head and took a deep breath. This is an illusion. I just need to break it to clear the trial. Prince Shaq took out a diamond bracelet from his storage ring and slipped it onto his wrist. This was a special treasure capable of eliminating even artifacts created by sovereigns. For the prince of a kingdom, it was somewhat shameful to possess such a humble treasure, but it was the best Shaq could manage. Come on. Go away. Looking at his brother's increasingly worried eyes, Prince Shaq prayed silently. The bracelet shook slightly before it calmed down. The ceremony continued. On the stage, the king of the Jewel Kingdom stood up from his seat and began his short, yet important speech. If we are outshined by other kingdoms, the Lumen Empire will shift resources to them, and we will face a lack of resources, leading to low growth. This will create a vicious cycle. To remain safe, we must stay ahead. The only way to gain an edge against our equals is by working harder and taking more risks. So, today is the day when the geniuses and great warriors of our kingdom will embark on an adventure. Let their journey be victorious. With that, he snapped his fingers, and pure white aura drops began to rain on everyone present. Come on. Come on. Why aren't you working? Even if it's an illusion by a celestial, you can at least inform me it's an illusion, right? Prince Shaq fiddled with his bracelet when the aura drops suddenly touched him. A soothing sensation rose from the tips of his feet and shot up to the top of his head. The aura in his body grew slightly, narrowing the distance between him and the sovereign state. A human would need to work for at least 5 years to achieve this improvement, but this ceremonial farewell gift had the same effect. As he felt his increased strength, Prince Shaq had an ominous premonition. Hey, is the increase in my strength real? The diamond bracelet shone twice, answering affirmatively. Is this world real? I mean, is it not a mental construct, but something tangible? The bracelet shone twice again. What the? Prince Shak collapsed into his seat. All the guests stood up. The dukes in the first row, the great warriors of the kingdom in the second row, the fellow princes and princesses in the third row, the ministers and important officials in the fourth row, and the geniuses in the fifth row. Shak's brother cast him a worried look but, after hearing his name called from the stage, he signaled to his aides to look after his younger brother and marched to the dais. Prince Sohun, one of the best geniuses of the Jewel Kingdom and our pride, is about to embark on a great adventure, the host announced. Prince Sohun respectfully accepted the storage ring from the king and stood at the back of the stage with the others. The space behind the stage twisted, and dozens of spaceships appeared. Under the applause of the audience, the geniuses began boarding the spaceships. No! Prince Shak jumped from his seat and ran toward his elder brother. This world wasn't a mental construct like he originally thought. It was real. He didn't know how the trial authority had created it, but everything in this place was as real as it could get. It was a world, for heaven's sake. If I die here, I'll really die. Prince Shak gulped and ran to the stage. But before he could jump up, two silhouettes flashed, and Prince Shak froze in his place. The Celestial Guard captains were looking at him with indifferent expressions, while the rest of the guests stared at him in shock. Why did a prince break all etiquette and show so much disrespect? The king heard the whispers of the guests, and his gaze turned cold. He had too many sons and daughters to actually value one for being his child. Still, since he was Prince Sohun's younger brother, he didn't want to go overboard. Prince Shak isn't feeling well. Escort him to his room and call the doctor to heal him. Even if it takes a year, nurse him back to health. The implied statement was, house arrest Prince Shak for a year and don't let him out. The guards understood this and lifted Prince Shak. As he was about to be taken away, Shak yelled at his brother, "Don't go. Brother, don't go. You'll die. Don't go." Huh? What is he talking about? Is he cursing his brother to die? Weren't they close? Is it all an act? What a vicious younger brother. He's jealous of his elder brother's talent. The king clenched his fists, and the entire capital felt a heaviness in the air. Glancing at a one-armed guard, he said, "It seems Prince Shak's illness is more serious than we thought. Take good care of him." The one-armed guard, notorious for his maniacal torturing, nodded with a big smile. He had never tortured any royal and decided to exploit this opportunity to the fullest. Prince Shak's body shook as he realized his fate. But, looking at his brother's bewildered face, he gathered all the air in his lungs and yelled, "Brother, please listen to me. You can ask any psychics to test if I'm lying. I beg you." Prince Sohun bit his lip and was about to step forward. Even if Shak was lying, he wanted to understand what was going on. Moreover, his younger brother genuinely admired him. It was odd that he was doing this now. "No need to listen to a child's ramblings," said one of the chief guests on the stage, the army chief and Prince Sohun's master. He stretched his arm in front of him and stopped him. "Let him be taken away. I'll make sure he's lightly punished. You know how important this adventure is for you, right? If you miss it, you won't get another chance in 100 years. His spaceship arrived, and the door opened. Prince Sohun gritted his teeth, his gaze alternating between the path to his adventure and his younger brother being dragged away from the stage. Arg. Prince Shak opened his mouth to speak, but an unbearable pain flooded his mind. A psychic guard was wearing down Prince Shak's mind, warning him not to mess around. Prince Shak's mind was shutting down, and he knew he would faint at any moment. Pulling every last bit of strength, he yelled one last time, "If you go, I'll die." With a muffled sound, Prince Shak's eyes closed, and he fainted. The guests were all whispering about the ridiculousness of the meeting. The foreign guests began to chuckle in contempt. The whole scene was a mess. The king tapped his finger, and the venue abruptly fell silent. Glancing at everyone with a neutral gaze, he turned to Prince Sohun. "Go, make us proud. Prince Sohun closed his eyes and bowed to his master. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, he ran toward his younger brother. The moment he took the first step, the sky began to dissolve. The second step took away the air. The third step made the capital, except for the venue, vanish. On the sixth step, only Prince Sohun and Prince Shak remained in a strange white space. Everything and everyone had disappeared. Shak, Shak, Shak. Hearing his name called repeatedly, Prince Shak slowly opened his eyes. He saw a familiar face filled with anxiety. Brother? Prince Shak endured the pain in his body and grabbed his brother's hands. Don't go. Please don't go. His cries echoed in the white space, but Shak was so focused on his brother that he didn't notice his surroundings. I won't go. I won't go anywhere. Prince Sohun smiled warmly and raised his hand to ruffle Shak's hair. As Shak waited for the familiar warmth, his brother's hand dissolved and vanished. Brother. With a warm smile, Prince Sohun too disappeared, and a white light engulfed Prince Shak. This trial is an easy pass for these hybrids since they have no emotions. They don't really have any regrets. The sovereigns and princes, however, would have to struggle. Varian smiled. The space crack was now almost stabilized, and soon, the first turtle could come out. Thankfully, Siarah was helping him ease his pain, so the space crack was going to be finished in just half the time. On the other hand, Siarah was preparing herself for the trial seriously, while being continuously amazed by it. Unlike Enigma or Siarah, she didn't travel around much and was thus curious about new places. But more importantly, after recently losing Varian and going through an emotional hell, she was very happy just to hear him speak. His words, his voice, his expression, everything reminded her that he was alive. Every second is a blessing, Siarah thought as she looked at Varian's face and sighed inwardly. Tapping her cheek, she asked, but creating a real world out of their memories, even to the extent of making people with the same personality, powers, and treasures, how is that not omnipotence? The souls of the creation are different from the original, Varian shrugged. But yeah, this is already in the realm of the divine. In other synthetic worlds, the world is only a mental construct, but here, it's a real world. No wonder this trial eliminated 10% of the contestants. Wait, Siarah pointed to the palace, which was now starting to change colors much more frequently. What happened? 1, no, 2 are eliminated, Varian clicked his tongue. What will happen to them? Will they be sent out? No. They'll remain inside until all of their team fails, and then the judgment will be made, Varian said casually. As Varian declared, 2 members failed. Sapphire Prince and Sovereign of the Emerald Duchy. Both had treasures to fight against the mental world in this trial, but when the world became real, they couldn't even put up a proper fight. Still, the surviving team members were sent to the next trial. With the loss of a prince and a sovereign, however, the chances of these teams advancing had plummeted. The 7th trial should be the last one they can manage, Varian said, playing with Sia's soft hair on his shoulders. We'll have to clear the 8th and 9th trials ourselves. What about the 1st to 7th trials? Siarah opened her eyes and asked softly. As the time approached, Varian informed them of the plan. Once all the teams fail, the palace will go into a resting mode. The trials will then be weakened, and we can pass them. The challenge will be in the last 2 trials. Will we need so many sovereigns? Siarah pointed to the 10 turtles lined up. The first turtle was slowly poking its head out of the space crack and coming to this side. If they're lucky, 1 or 2 might survive the 8th trial, Varian said. What the hell? What's even in that trial? Siarah asked. Madness. Fucking madness, Varian sighed. The makers of this trial really designed it to be unwinnable. There was no way anyone could clear it. The 8th and 9th trials were living proof of the creator's craziness. But to get out of this world and return to Earth, he had to clear the trial. Otherwise, even if he could dominate and rule the natives, he'd remain trapped in this world forever and end up with some funny nickname after death. Thinking of being trapped here, the time flow here is different from that on Earth. How many months had it been there? I hope nothing happened while I was gone. Varian could only hope for the best. With the Abyss Emperor being so eager, the Abyssals would surely be up to something. The only way to end that problem was to finish off the Abyssals once and for all. Oh boy. The 7th trial was called House of Ghosts. The teams had to reach a gate to enter the next trial. However, between them and the gate were bloodthirsty beasts. So far, so good. But the trick was that new beasts would form from the negative emotions the contestants felt. Anger, fear, worry, panic, and others would create new beasts, making it harder to complete the trial. If things got out of hand, the beasts could defeat the contestants, causing them to fail. Of course, using psychic power to forcibly control emotions was prohibited. Few clear your mind, enter the state of flow, and fight, Prince Shak said to Sovereign Alban, who nodded calmly. They stood at the entrance of a valley filled with monsters ranging from peak level 9 to sovereign state. The gate was at the end of the valley, and as usual, flying or teleporting to the exit was prohibited. After 2 minutes of meditation, Prince Shak said in a calm tone, "Fight." Sovereign Alban led the way, followed by the hybrid. Prince Shak followed closely, and the trio quickly advanced toward the exit. Sapphire Duchy's team lost its prince in the last trial and was forced to face the 7th trial. They had to clear a forest to reach the gate. Like other teams, the beasts here were mostly peak level 9, with a couple of sovereigns. So, Sapphire's sovereign didn't take them seriously and quickly slaughtered them. Even though he tried to stay calm, his mind was filled with worry for the prince. Is the prince okay? Did anything happen to him? Is he even alive? As a result, even though he cleared 70% of the monsters and was just a few minutes from the gate, new monsters began to appear. The sovereign was quickly pushed back, and the fight dragged on. My aura is less than half. Damn it, the beasts keep coming. Can I get out of here? Damn it. Prince, why did you disappear? Why can't you pass that test? Ah. A beast exploited the sovereign's distraction and ripped a chunk of his flesh. The sovereign screamed in pain, and his negative emotions instantly spiked. As a result, dozens more beasts appeared, and the forest was now filled with more beasts than before. The sovereign lasted for a while, but the hybrid, fighting emotionlessly from behind, was quickly drowned in the horde. The Emerald Duchy lost its sovereign in the last trial. As someone who remained calm even in adverse situations, Emerald Prince performed quite well in the 7th trial. Despite not having a sovereign in his team, he made proper judgments and used his treasures effectively. The hybrid, being emotionless, wouldn't create new monsters. As someone who was called cold throughout his life, Emerald Prince was also able to keep his emotions stable. Using his defensive treasures to ward off the sovereign beasts, the two fought the peak level 9s. It was a hard fight and took much longer than expected. But thanks to their perseverance, the two made it to the gate. Ha! H.A. Huff! Emerald Prince knelt in front of the gate, his entire body twitching in pain. He was injured everywhere and was a bleeding mess. Even with his personality, an emotion called fear was slowly creeping up. No! Emerald Prince gritted his teeth and jumped into the gate. The hybrid followed. Just a second later, a new monster appeared. Had the prince been just a second late, he would have been eliminated. The negative emotions are the ghosts. So, it's called the House of Ghosts. Varian motioned for the 3rd turtle to enter as he explained. The giant turtles had shrunk in size after coming here, yet they still looked as vast as a village. Their presence alone filled the air with a heavy aura. After all, their strength was at the very peak of the sovereign state. Thankfully, the creatures obeyed him, even though they knew they might likely die. In fact, Varian sensed a strong desire for death from all of them. He couldn't understand what it was like to live for hundreds of millions of years, much less what they were feeling. How did this trial go? After inspecting a turtle, Siarah asked. Sapphire Duchy is eliminated. Emerald Prince managed to win barely, while Prince Shaq's team won convincingly. Considering this trial eliminated 15% of the teams, it's not bad. In other worlds, it takes a significant amount of negative emotions to create a beast. Here, it's 10 times easier. It's like hell mode. Even then, 2 teams passed. If it were in other worlds, they could have easily cleared the trial. But anyway, they'll be gone in the next round. So, 97% of all teams are gone by now. Siarah held up 3 fingers. The 3% that passed these 7 trials should be the best of the best. And none of them made it through the 8th trial? Actually, less than 10 made it through, Varian said with a strange expression. And Tada. They're all from the Deva Empire. Empire or a duchy? Siarah smirked. I still can't wrap my head around the concept of a duchy, much less a kingdom. Me neither, Varian shrugged. According to the system and the information he had, civilizations without a celestial wouldn't even qualify to be a province. A province was the lowest grade for a civilization. Then came a duchy, followed by a kingdom, and finally an empire. It's ridiculous that their greatest enemy was at the bottom of the pyramid in the intergalactic hierarchy. And we're not even in the pyramid and call ourselves an empire, wow. Varian shook his head and waved at the turtles moving slowly. Make it quick, don't be a turtle. Oh, never mind. Just hurry up, we need to go soon. Is the 8th trial over already? Sia's voice, full of reluctance, sounded beside his ear. Due to repulsion, she couldn't even touch him until recently. And when she could, it was Enigma who occupied her body. Then, things happened, and Sia was busy getting the darkness power. Counting from his birthday, it had been a year and a half since she couldn't touch Varian properly. So, if possible, she didn't want to go away from him. Sia, I'm not going anywhere, Varian said to comfort her. I don't know, Sia buried her face in his shoulder and relished the touch she had missed for so long. Am I obsessed? Sia pursed her lips and hugged Varian tighter. Maybe, no, certainly she was obsessed. But she was more than happy to be. Maybe no one will understand this feeling. Varian felt Sia's erratic heartbeat and gently patted her on the head. He was happy and relieved that he could have contact with her, even though some repulsion still existed. But right now, they had urgent matters to focus on. Patting Sia's head gently, he said, when we solve these dangers and grow stronger, we'll have all the time in the world. Sia didn't let go. Just a bit longer, just a bit. The 8th trial, which eliminated all but 9 teams to date, is called Bloody Light. Bloody Light, the one who named the trial has a naming sense weirder than yours. Siarah chuckled. The trial was going to be a serious matter, and Siarah herself wanted to be prepared. But she couldn't help herself after hearing the name. Excuse me? Varian was proud of his naming sense. Boo, OOB, Primal Union Body, it's not easy to come up with names like these. Instead of appreciating them, Siarah was making fun of him. Cough, cough, don't mind me, Siarah waved her hand and asked, what's the 8th trial about? Varian saw her changing the topic and snorted. She's too much of a noob to feel my greatness, priorities, host, priorities. Focus on the trial. Shut up. You go silent for too long that I sometimes forget you exist. You're telling me about priorities, what is your priority? If you had told me about the assassin approaching me back then, I would have been safe, and this whole disaster would have never happened. What's your priority? Staying silent? Then stay silent. You're angry not because of all that but because the system doesn't acknowledge your greatness in naming, right? Right. Varian coughed. The system sighed, muttering that it had to put up with his antics, and went silent. Anyway, Varian stood up and stretched his arms, preparing for the trial. The 8th trial is simple to explain. In another world, you'll be pulled into an illusion where you have to face the souls of all the creatures you've killed and not break. Oh, that's not easy at all, Sia recalled all the abyssals she and Enigma had killed and clicked her tongue. Just the sheer numbers would put so much pressure on her psyche. If she couldn't be mentally strong, the souls might drive her crazy. What's more, she observed something remarkable when Enigma was fighting the traitors and destroying the Abyssals. Humans commit crimes, and some of them manage to avoid any legal repercussions. But most can't overcome the mental baggage that comes with the crime, whether in the form of guilt, fear, or some negative emotion. It remains in their memory like a dark spot on white snow, often resurfacing when they're in a losing situation and adding to their woes. Perhaps their own conscience tells them they deserve the hardships they face because of their crimes, or maybe it's something else. Of course, there are conscienceless individuals who bear no burdens at all. Their fundamental way of thinking is so different from the norm that they don't consider their crimes as such. Sia knew plenty of such people. Still, this stage was challenging for most of the Awakeners. Challenging? That trial is for other worlds, Varian laughed. The one we have here is far simpler. There's no soul pressure, no questioning of conscience, or anything like that. The trial authority simply resurrects everyone you've killed. You have to kill them again to pass the trial. Wait, what? Sia thought she was hearing things. Are you kidding me? Resurrecting all the dead we killed? Yep. As straightforward as that. The terms and conditions are that the deceased must remain dead, not be resurrected or turned into undead. So, the creatures we killed in the Twilight Zone that are still technically alive don't count. If we want to be technical about it, Sovereign Creo died because of your actions, Sia added. It's a gray area, but yeah, he'll be there, Varian nodded. And that Sovereign you killed in the outer world, that makes two. And when I just fought Boo in the inner space, I battled Abyss Emperor's clone. It was suppressed due to the ghost ship's arrays, but it's actually a Sovereign, Varian revealed. Siarah and Sia, however, were worried. I can bring 10 turtles with us with the authority I currently have, Varian pointed to the Sovereign creatures and said. They're part of this world, and with my manipulation, they won't count as participants. 3 versus 10. Doable. Excuse me, Siarah looked at Varian and sighed. You killed more than 10 million Abyssals. They'll all show up. At once. And Enigma killed plenty of level 9s. They'll show up too, Sia rubbed her eyebrows. Even if we have 8 sovereigns, I don't think they can win against tens of millions of Abyssals at once. What's more, there will easily be more than 6,000 level 9s. And all the warriors we killed in the wars, faced with that crowd, the turtles won't survive. Exactly. That's why we'll need to fight hard too, Varian said as if it were obvious and walked toward the palace. Sia and Siarah sighed and followed him. The turtles, understanding they had a chance to die, happily ran after them. What the fuck is this? In an endless plain filled with blood and bones, Prince Shaq looked at the dozens of sovereigns, thousands of level 9s, and tens of thousands of level 8s standing before them. The message from the trial authority was clear: kill them all to survive. Forget all, they couldn't even kill 1/10. Or even 1/20. Prince, Sovereign Alban called, his expression worried. What happens if we lose? Are we killed, or just expelled from the palace? I don't know, Prince Shaq shook his head. For other synthetic worlds, it's expulsion from the world itself. Losers can go home and cry about it. But this world was strange from the start. They couldn't even exit the inner world and were forced to clear the trial if they wanted to leave. The trials here were far more dangerous than any he had read or heard about in other synthetic worlds. Their fate after losing was uncertain. Then what do we do? Sovereign Alban sighed. Prince Shaq unsheathed his sword and took a battle stance. Roar. Rah. Ga-ga-ga. The horde of enemies charged at them with great speed. Dust rose into the air, and the sound of their footsteps was like the instruments of death. Facing the unwinnable battle, Prince Shaq gripped his sword and declared, "We fight." As Varian's trio and the turtles reached the gate, the palace flashed brightly once before its intensity returned to normal levels. Prince Shaq's team had lost. Wait a moment, Varian said. Right after his words, an invisible ripple emerged from the palace and passed through them. The palace would only enter a low-energy state if it determined all the trial takers had completed the trial. After scanning the world, the palace dimmed down, signaling that it had indeed entered a lower energy level. The palace should have identified Varian and the girls as participants, but with the partial authority he possessed, he managed to fool it. However, this would only work for a few trials. Sooner or later, the trial's authority would realize the truth and revert to its trial mode. But for now... Hurry up, Varian shot up the stairs and pushed the giant door between the pillars. A bright light burst from the palace and enveloped them. They appeared in an ash-colored space. There was not a grain of sand or speck of dust here, just plain ash-colored land and sky, with a colorful vortex far away. The most noticeable thing was the invisible pressure, which required at least the strength of a mid-level 9 to bear. The first trial, Expedition, tested the ability to walk to the exit gate under tremendous pressure. It usually required peak level 9 strength. But due to the palace's current state, the pressure had reduced to a mid-level 9. Unlike the prince's teams, which had to walk slowly, Varian's team sprinted to the vortex and passed the first trial. The second trial, Rainbow Trial, featured the same 12 gates corresponding to 12 different paths. Participants needed to unlock at least 6 gates to pass. Varian single-handedly led them through this trial. The third trial, Survival, was usually considered difficult because it involved hundreds of monsters created to match the strength of the weakest team member. All of them were modeled after the member with the weakest path, Varian. Not surprisingly, the trial authority judged Varian as having 8 paths, considering it an error, and reduced it to 6. Their reasoning was justified. The origin of any being with that many paths is inherently unstable and should collapse on its own. However, thanks to the fusion of order-chaos slivers, Varian's origin remains stable under the chaos, making him an outlier. The trial authority, unaware of this, sent them a few hundred creatures with 6 mid-level 9 paths. While they were glad the enemy was significantly weaker, facing hundreds of mid-level 9s was no joke. Here, the turtles came into play and destroyed the Horde in minutes. The fourth trial, Mirrors of Self, involved creating clones of team members. To pass, you had to choose and destroy a clone that wasn't your own. There seemed to be a genuine problem here. Varian was the strongest of the 3, followed by Siarah, with Sia and Enigma third, though the gap between them and Siarah wasn't significant. Varian could choose Siarah or Sia and defeat their clone. Siarah could defeat Sia's clone. However, Sia wouldn't be able to defeat Varian's clone. Since each individual was taken to an isolated space for this trial, the turtles couldn't help. Just go in and pick me, Varian assured them. Alright, Sia volunteered to take on Varian's clone. As soon as the battle started, she realized why Varian had been so calm about it. It's the same error again. The trial authority still judged Varian to be a 6-path mid-level 9. Why aren't his body and lightning paths copied? It was another pleasant surprise. Varian's strongest paths weren't present in his clone. Did he do something? Sia fought hard, gradually gaining the upper hand. She was confident that she could finish the battle within 5 minutes. He surely did something. Indeed, at the beginning of this trial, Varian had asked the system to reduce the presence of his strongest paths. Of course, no matter how concealed his paths were, they wouldn't escape the trial authority. However, since the authority was picking only 6 paths from him, it chose the most visible ones. Varian was the first to clear the trial, followed by Sia. Siarah was the last to emerge, severely injured and on the verge of fainting. Worried, Varian healed her with his planty powers, and only after her full recovery did they proceed to the next trial. The 5th trial, Great Fall, was one where everyone's paths would be reduced to level 1, and they would have to fight a level 3 monster. However, when Varian's team checked the monster, it was clearly a level 2. Oh, the palace is in low energy mode. Before Varian could finish his sentence, the palace shook and lit up brightly. The low energy mode ended, and the monster's aura rose to level 3. My bad luck, Varian cursed as the level 3 goblin rushed towards them with an axe. Everyone, including the turtles, was reduced to level 1. Even if a dozen level 1s joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against a level 3. The princes passed this trial using precious treasures, a luxury Varian's team didn't have. I have my own path, Varian smiled and ran to the goblin. The powers of 8 paths were used in harmony, and an impossible battle between a level 1 and a level 3 commenced. Dozens of level 1s were different from a single level 1 with 8 paths. It's like 12 children fighting a wolf in contrast to a single adult fighting a wolf. And indeed, exploiting his natural advantage in combat experience, Varian slayed the goblin after a hearty fight. But the price was still high, as he collapsed from injuries shortly thereafter. Compared to the feat of defeating someone 2 levels above, this was a small price to pay. In Varian's opinion, the 6th trial, Nest of Regrets, was the most difficult trial for his team alongside the 9th trial. Please stay cool-headed, Varian said. You shouldn't be the one saying that, Siarah rolled her eyes at him. Siarah nodded vehemently. Varian didn't really want to argue this point. Even though he remained cool most of the time, his rare outbursts always brought big problems. Anyway, even though the world seems real, it's only a construct. Reality is waiting for us, Varian said, and the 3 were pulled into individual worlds. Var, why are you zoned out? Var? The familiar voice rang in his ears, and Varian's mind froze. Standing before him was his deceased mother, and he was in the room of his old home. In front of him was a chocolate cake, and beside him stood a younger Siarah. Varian understood it was the fateful night. Soon, the wolf would break in, and to protect him, Enigma would wake up and, in the process of killing the wolf, kill his mother too. Varian looked at his mother's worried face, and the corners of his eyes grew red. If this is a second chance. Var? What happened? Amanda frowned and approached her son with hurried steps. Are you worried about college? Don't worry, we'll figure something out. After going to the dungeon and awakening, just focus on your training and leave these worries to me. Varian looked into his mother's eyes and froze. He saw only worry and love. I wish I had spent more time with her. He then turned to Siarah. She was looking at him with the same worry, clenching her fists at her side and biting her lip. The Siarah now didn't have to go through that unbearable pain. She didn't have that indifferent aura. Her eyes were still pure, without the weight of a painful past. Did you fall sick? Amanda placed her hand on Sia's forehead and shook her head. Your temperature is fine. Var, is anything bothering you? You can always tell me. Before Varian could answer, Siarah grabbed his arm and said in an anxious voice, Don't worry, I won't go to a far-off college. I'll wait for a year, let's go to college together. Just a few minutes ago, Amanda had revealed that she saved up enough to send Varian to the dungeon. Siarah thought Varian was worried about awakening late and being separated from her. Since that was the case, she decided to take a gap year on the spot. Varian was overwhelmed by their care but quickly calmed himself and grabbed his mother's and Sia's arms. Trust me once, we need to go. Pulling them along, he ran out of his room and sprinted out of his house. Siarah was fine, but Amanda was scared by his sudden actions. Var, it's okay. It's okay. What's happening? Let's sit and talk. A monster is, boom. The fire wolf smashed onto the road as it slipped out of a vehicle smuggling dungeon beasts. It shook its body and growled at the 3 humans standing in front of it. Varian pulled his mother behind him and said to Siarah, Enigma. Come out. Woof. The wolf pawed at the ground and dashed toward them at full speed. Var, run. I'll block it. Amanda channeled her power and ran forward. No, Varian raised his palm like a knife and struck the back of his mother's neck. She fainted at the unexpected attack, and Varian gently but quickly laid her down. Varian? Siarah was caught between Varian's action and the incoming wolf. The situation was so urgent and dangerous that she even forgot he had said something about Enigma just now. Enigma, please wake up. As the wolf drew closer, Varian grabbed Sia's shoulders and looked into her eyes, his gaze piercing through her and reaching the woman in eternal darkness. The wolf leapt for the final time and reached them in a flash. Go. I'll hold it back. Sia unsheathed a small dagger and yelled, her back quivering. I'll stop it until you wake up. Varian gave up trying to rouse Enigma and ran forward. He pulled the unsuspecting Enigma away and jumped. The beast laughed at his arrogance, and its body lit up with flames. Opening its jaw wide, the wolf was poised to rip him in half. Varian. Varian jumped up as the wolf fell down. The distance between them was decreasing rapidly, and the wolf's giant mouth was about to tear him to pieces. Sia's brown hair turned silver, and her golden eyes turned purple. Her body grew, and a new path activated within her. Even then, she was a moment too late. Boom! Just before colliding with the wolf, Varian twisted his body mid-air to the left and shifted the dagger to his right hand. His body, which was about to clash directly with the wolf, was now set to land beside it, except for his right arm, which was aimed straight for the wolf's mouth. The change happened in an instant, and Varian thrust the dagger upward with all his might. He felt sharp teeth sink into his right shoulder, and warm blood gushed out. Before he could even react to the pain, a terrifying force tore his entire right arm away. Arg! At the same time, flames erupted on the fire wolf's body and engulfed Varian. His skin twisted, burned, and melted, and a searing pain spread across his body. Varian lost the ability to even yell as he felt his throat burn. Boom! He crashed onto the ground and rolled like a trash can before hitting a wall and stopping. Despite the pain, he didn't faint. If he fainted now, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Even if this is not the real world, I don't want it to happen. Varian got back onto his feet. Gathering the last bit of his strength, Varian sprinted to his unconscious mother, not the wolf. His feet stung as if he were walking on fire, and he nearly collapsed a few times due to his off-balance from his missing right arm. His body was riddled with third-degree burns, a missing arm that bled like a fountain, and broken bones from the crash. The pain was enough to make even an experienced awakener faint, but Varian not only stayed awake through it all, he ran as if his life depended on it. Since he collapsed not far from the wolf, he reached his destination in seconds. Just then, the beast growled and lunged forward. The air suddenly turned cold, and a dark sword appeared, dashing downward. The wolf's head flew into the air, and its headless body crashed to the ground, revealing the silver-haired woman standing before them. Her purple eyes were brimming with a killing intent that consumed her rationality. After killing the wolf, she glanced at the injured Varian to confirm he was safe, then turned to the only other person in the alleyway, intending to eliminate this threat as well. Enigma walked step by step toward the unconscious Amanda. As she drew closer, Enigma's purple eyes flashed with confusion, but the tiny bit of rationality was quickly engulfed by the endless killing intent. A dark spear appeared in her hand, and she aimed it at Amanda. But before she could throw it, she heard footsteps from behind, and a bloodied hand grabbed her arm holding the spear. Enigma, don't. Hearing the familiar voice, Enigma's eyes briefly flashed with some rationality, but the killing intent still dominated her. Pulling her hand away, she raised the spear. Enigma, it's Amanda. She's not a threat. Enigma. Varian could no longer bear to stand and held onto her body for support. With each word he spoke, blood spilled from his mouth, drenching Enigma's dress and hair. Feeling the warm, sticky liquid, Enigma's arm trembled. Control yourself. She isn't a threat. I'm safe. I'm safe. Varian felt his head spin from blood loss. No longer able to stand, even by clinging to Enigma, he slid down and fell to the ground. Enigma's eyes were filled with confusion and killing intent. Her rationality was about to prevail, but the killing intent won by a small margin. Die. Enigma raised her spear, channeling her darkness mana. As she was about to release the weapon, she felt a sticky liquid flowing down her ankle. Turning, she saw Varian in a trance, grabbing her ankle and muttering, "Don't. Enigma, don't." His blank eyes stared at her until he fainted. The sound of his face hitting the ground was light, but it echoed like a heavy drum in Enigma's ears, freezing her in place. What am I doing? Enigma's rationality finally overcame her killing intent, and she hurriedly dropped her weapon. With tears welling in her eyes, Enigma ran to the house and returned with healing medicine. Varian. Enigma sobbed as she fed the injured Varian the medicine. The bleeding barely stopped, as the medicine was not very potent. With a burnt body, torn arm, and broken bones, Varian looked as if he might die at any moment. The ambulance was still 2 minutes away, but looking at Varian's terrible injuries and his paling face, Enigma felt her heart shatter into pieces. Don't go. Don't go. Please. Drip. Drip. Drop. Teardrops fell on Varian's face like a gentle rain. Varian opened his eyes and saw Enigma sobbing. With great effort, he turned his neck to see his unconscious mother, who was breathing in the distance. He then turned back to Enigma. He had never seen her so heartbroken. Even when the Shadow Guardians were massacred, her eyes hadn't been so sad. I see, Varian said, managing a weak smile. The world began to collapse, and everything turned into specks of light. Despite this, Enigma continued to hold Varian, looking at him until the last moment. Don't leave, the ambulance will be here soon, she said. Varian returned to the trial space, his powers now unlocked. The Planty Path worked at full strength, and in a few minutes, Varian stretched his regenerated right arm and changed into a new dress. A light flashed a few seconds later, and a sobbing Siarah and a heavily injured Sia appeared. After a few minutes of healing and venting their emotions, the two recounted their stories. Siarah had returned just a few minutes before Pluto was attacked, an event that claimed 1 billion lives, including those of her brother and mother. With only 2 minutes left, Siarah had one chance. If her brother and mother wasted even a moment, they might die. She had to get them off Pluto as quickly as possible. So, she called her brother. The young man, with blonde hair and blue eyes just like hers, answered the call and was about to greet her. But she stood with a knife at her neck. Siarah. His heart froze, and he hissed in fear. Don't. Please. Let's talk. Siarah looked at him through her tears and slowly pushed the dagger into her neck, avoiding the artery. But the blood still seeped from her delicate neck. Come back with mother. Now. Or I'll die. Siarah said, her eyes red. Teleport. Don't pick a spaceship. Sam nodded, tears in his eyes. He didn't know what was happening. He was about to receive one of the most coveted awards but didn't even consider it, dashing out of his room with tears swirling in his eyes. Sam Albert, known for his cold-heartedness, was seen crying. No one believed the rumors. A minute later, he jumped into the teleportation gate with his bewildered mother, and the two disappeared. Only a few seconds later, the Abyssals attacked Pluto, causing destruction. After seeing her brother reach Neptune and head home, Siarah wailed until the world was drowned in white. Sia also returned to that fateful night, just a few seconds after Enigma woke up and was about to attack the wolf. She exerted all her strength and took back control from Enigma at the last moment, preventing the tragedy. By doing so, she saved Amanda's life and ensured that the tragedy of her past didn't repeat itself. And Enigma stopped at the last moment, Varian narrated, looking at Sia but seeming to see Enigma. And she was sobbing. I've never seen her so sad. She was devastated. Enigma always concealed her emotions behind an expressionless face. Even though Varian had grown to understand her moods through her expressive eyes, seeing her openly express her feelings was a different experience. Perhaps beneath that cold facade, she hid a helpless, lonely self. Sia, can I meet her once? Varian stood up from the smooth grass and asked. Sia bit her lip and nodded. After the emotional turmoil, she too wanted a few minutes off. A light enveloped Sia's body, and Enigma appeared in her place, looking confused. Huh? What? The recent stress had been overwhelming, and after Sia took over, she decided to have a deep sleep. But now, she was abruptly woken up without any understanding of what was happening. Before she could ask, Varian pulled her into his embrace. Feeling his arms wrap around her waist and their bodies pressed together, Enigma's mind went blank. Rubbing her hair gently, Varian whispered, Enigma, thank you for stopping. Enigma wanted to ask what he was talking about, but her head felt foggy, and she couldn't even speak, much less struggle out of his embrace. What's happening? The tips of her ears turned pink, and with her senses, she quickly scanned their surroundings. It was a mistake, as she saw Siarah staring at her with a smirk. No, I didn't do anything. Like a criminal caught in the act, Enigma panicked and tried to struggle out of the hug. But her efforts were weak, her body felt soft in his embrace. To add to her woes, Varian held her firmly, and after her struggle, he pulled her even closer. No. What? Why? I'm not Sia. She's already sleeping. Enigma told herself that Varian was doing this because he mistook her for Sia. But even she knew it was a ridiculous excuse. When hugging her, he called her name, not Sia's. A lot of things happened. I'm sorry for my part, and also thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have survived that day, Varian patted her back gently and said with gratitude. Feeling his breath at the top of her hair and hearing his gentle words, Enigma stopped struggling. She withdrew her senses and, like an ostrich burying its head to hide from the world, she closed her eyes, hoping no one would see her like this, and wrapped her trembling arms around his waist. Aren't you one lucky man, Varian? Siarah said in a teasing tone. You got 3 for 1. Huh? What? Varian looked at her in confusion. After seeing Enigma like that, he felt like he understood her emotionally. If she was so sad for what she almost did in that world, what did she feel for what she had already done in this world? So, he just wanted to console her and also thank her. But why is Siarah looking at him with teasing eyes? I think only you can give your girlfriend that confused look when you're hugging another woman and flirting with her. Siarah crossed her arms and clicked her tongue. Oh, and I saw you pulling her tighter when she pretended to struggle. Siarah walked to Enigma and said slowly, and Enigma, closing your eyes when you hug him doesn't mean no one can see you. But it's a cute try. Enigma's body froze, and she trembled in Varian's embrace. Oh, before he could say anything, a light flashed and the soft body in his arms grew slightly smaller as Sia appeared in her place. Breaking free from the hug, Sia started laughing, as she panicked. Oh, ouch, she's asking me to shut up. Oh, nothing, yeah, I'm just spouting nonsense. Varian, on the other hand, spread his arms and said to Siarah, flirting or things like that, I wasn't doing any of that. I honestly wanted to console and thank her. Yeah, sure, Siarah didn't buy his words at all, hugging her so tight for a consolation. Come on, I don't even see her that way. Don't think too much into it, Varian shrugged. Of course, you don't. Siarah rested her chin on his shoulder and tilted her head with a dangerous smile, for now. Am I that kind of person? Varian was worried about his image in her eyes. Yes. Siarah laughed teasingly, and her voice slowly turned serious. Remember, I said the same thing about Sia. Ugh, that's an entirely different case. Varian waved his hand helplessly, but his girlfriend continued to stare at him with a devilish smile on her angelic face. Unable to bear that teasing smile any longer, Varian patted his hands and put on a serious face. We have 3 more missions to take care of. The 7th trial, House of Ghosts. To pass the trial, you'd have to reach the exit. Between the participants and the exit were ghost beasts. They're not hard to kill, but they're high in number. The tricky part of this trial was that for whatever negative emotion you feel, a new ghost beast would pop up. For the previous teams, this trial was hard. But for Varian's team, this was the easiest so far. Varian didn't feel any negative emotions during the fight, he only felt excitement. Siarah maintained her distinctive coldness, while Sia kept her indifference. The main reason neither of them produced any negative emotions was that the catharsis from the last trial still lingered. They felt relieved, happy, and satisfied. So, even if the battle got tough, they didn't feel bad about it. The turtles, on the other hand, only fought the sovereign beasts. Given their incredibly long lives, their emotions were stable. Thus, the 7th trial was completed uneventfully, and the team entered the trial that only 9 teams had cleared so far, the 8th trial, Bloody Light. The team appeared in an endless desert, and standing before them was a crowd that seemed to stretch to the horizon. Abyssals, humans, beasts, and undead, there were easily over 10 million in total. This is it, Varian unsheathed his sword and cheered. War. How many people did Siarah kill? Not many. As a cadet, she went on missions and had to hunt down dungeon beasts quite often. But back then, she was weak, and all those monsters were killed by Siarah's light explosion later on. Since Siarah was in closed-door training and only emerged as a level 9 when Varian was fighting the sovereign undead, her kill count was very low. As a result, Siarah was able to finish off her share of the dead and move on to assist Enigma and Sia. Roar. Caw. Sia. Unlike her, Enigma had killed dozens of level 9s during the recent war. Even before that, when she fought alongside the Shadow Guardians, she assassinated some powerful level 9 abyssals. Additionally, she assassinated several level 9 human powerhouses. The total number of level 9s she faced easily surpassed 100. Despite being stronger than ever, Enigma was completely overwhelmed. Right now, Sia was hovering in the air above a barren plain, surrounded by a mix of abyssals, undead, and humans. From a bird's eye view, the 100 silhouettes flashed with different colors, and in the next second, thousands of explosions rocked the barren plain, breaking the ground and filling the sky with dust clouds. Sia appeared on the clouds with several minor injuries. Despite her best efforts, she was still hurt. But she didn't waste time and swung the thin sword in her hand. A beam of darkness shot out from the sword and reached a group of undead on the ground. The undead were decapitated on the spot, and their bodies were swallowed by the darkness. So, this is darkness, devouring, calm, and comforting. Even though Sia had just gained access to the power of darkness, she inherited Enigma's mastery and could use it with ease. As Sia continued to fight, Enigma's voice echoed in her mind. Sia, do you really want to fight? Even though you have mastery, it's still your first time with this power. And this battle isn't going to be easy. I think. I don't want to keep running away and leaving you to face the hard times. Before, I didn't have this darkness power, and it made sense for you to take on all the fighting. Now, we're equal. So, let's share the burden too. Sia smiled and disappeared from the spot. The next second, a giant lightning ball appeared where she had been standing, causing a terrifying explosion. 1,000 miles in the sky were filled with golden light, and the shockwaves from the explosion dispersed all the clouds. Sia reappeared on the ground with a bleeding arm. Snakes of lightning coiled around her hand, trying to electrocute her, but darkness covered her hand and resisted the lightning. Although she resisted being burned, her arm was already numb. Despite this, Sia targeted the remaining 100 and swung her sword relentlessly. Gravity waves erupted and crushed some, psychic attacks drove many mad and made them kill their own allies, and darkness engulfed the stubborn ones and ended them. Despite wielding the same powers, Sia's battle style was distinct from Enigma's and was also significantly lacking. By the time she had killed most of the attackers, she was filled with injuries. Just as she was about to slow down, the air behind her suddenly grew hot and exploded. Sia kicked the air at the last moment to avoid the explosion, but her back was still burned by the blue flames. Turning around, she saw 10 abyssals in golden armor descending from the sky and looking at her with cold smiles. "We don't know where this is, but we finally have a chance to get revenge. They are sentient?" Sia's brows knitted together, and she gripped her sword tighter. According to her observations, some random groups were sentient with memories of their deaths, but most were just killing machines. For this particular group to be sentient, she could only lament her bad luck. In the recent war, Varian had blocked the Blood Heirs while Enigma had blocked these level 9s. Back then, to block and kill each of these abyssals, she had to struggle. She could barely win against 2 at once. Now, she was going to face 10 of them simultaneously, and it seemed they were actually a team and knew how to cooperate. "It's going to be a challenge." Sia clicked her tongue and was about to start the fight when 20 more figures surrounded her. Like the abyssals, they too were sentient and seemed to be waiting for her to fight the 100 level 9s so she would be sufficiently weakened. Like the abyssals, all of them were also level 9, though mostly low and mid-level 9s. Their numbers were more than enough to overwhelm Sia. Moreover, they too were a team and knew how to cooperate, so their collective output would be more than the sum of their individual strengths. These people were the natives. Out of all the groups Enigma had killed so far, the natives constituted the strongest. Now, they were grouping with the abyssals. Sia knew continuing to fight with them now would be suicide. Moreover, her combat style was lacking compared to Enigma's. So, she asked without hesitation. "Enigma, are you confident about defeating them if you take over now?" "No. I barely see any chance of winning against them." "Then let's ask for help." Sia glanced at Varian's side and immediately averted her gaze. Never mind. Even she had better chances of surviving than him. That's how bloody his fight looked. "I'll try my best." Sia took a deep breath and glared at the 30 enemies with killing intent. Even though the outcome of this battle was likely to be her death, she didn't want to back down now. The 10 abyssals and 20 natives gave her a mocking smile, waving their hands. Hundreds of attacks materialized above Sia, clouds filled with lethal lightning, maces with ice thorns, fireballs on the verge of exploding, fluctuating space ready to crush her, fists prepared to crush her neck, and mental waves eager to torture her mind. Facing all this, even a veteran would have felt despair and collapse. But to Sia, who had faced brutal torture and emerged with a sane mind, this was nothing. Let the blood flow. Sia's lips curled up, and a mad aura began to brew around her. As the fight was about to begin, a flurry of light swords shot out from nowhere, surprising her opponents. 2 died on the spot, and 3 were severely injured. Bathed in holy golden light, Siarah appeared beside the cold-faced Sia, gripping her sword. "Reminds me of the time when we fought together against that beast." Sia's aura calmed down but turned sharper, and she smiled lightly. "Want to relive those memories?" "Of course," Siarah chuckled. At the same time, Sia and Siarah shot forward, clashing with the enemies. While Siarah and Sia fought together for the first time since the days of Siarah, Varian was facing hell. Did I really kill so many? Creatures stretched as far as the eye could see, all the way to the horizon. The majority of these kills came from the time he slaughtered entire abyssal cities, a number that easily crossed 15 million. Even though most of these 15 million were lower and mid-tier abyssals and didn't pose much of a threat individually, their sheer numbers and single-minded focus on killing Varian made them a formidable force. To deal with this massive crowd, 3 of the 10 turtles were necessary. The battle was tragic, as each turtle faced tens of millions of attacks every second. Despite maintaining a shield, the turtles struggled under the relentless assault. Perhaps the biggest reason for their difficulty was their slow attack speed. Another factor was the abyssals themselves. As residents of cities with millions of inhabitants, most of the abyssals were between levels 4 and 6, with a significant number of levels 7 and 8. This combination resulted in a scenario where a vast crowd of abyssals engaged the turtles in direct combat. The turtles tried to take them down bit by bit to ease the pressure. However, the abyssals were clever. After a few such attacks by the turtles, they quickly devised a strategy and built massive defensive walls. With millions of abyssals working together to form defenses, even the turtles had a hard time breaking through. Of course, a significant reason for this was the nature of the turtles themselves. Their specialty was defense, not attack, and they were, by nature, slow and powerful. Thus, in this type of warfare, they were at a disadvantage. But no matter what, they were still sovereigns and thus held the initiative. Despite their efforts, the abyssals began dying in the thousands. The turtles weren't unscathed. Every now and then, their defenses would break and they would sustain injuries. These attacks felt like mosquito bites, but there were too many mosquitoes. With each passing second, the abyssal population dwindled, and the turtles' injuries increased. The battle began to slowly but surely approach the pivotal point. Another battle was taking place far away. The army in this battle was the Abyssal Army, particularly the army of the 30 planetoids that Varian destroyed during the recent war. They were also joined by all the Abyssals Varian killed in that war, including the Wyverns of Pluto. Their average strength was much higher than the crowd of 15 million, and their numbers easily surpassed 2 million. The situation demanded that they, too, needed a sovereign to be dealt with. This left Varian with 6 turtles. But Varian, at the center of this world, had a tense expression on his face. A familiar abyssal stood high in the clouds, looking down at him with indifferent eyes. It seemed as if this spectacular battle was boring to him, and his only focus was the young human who had stolen the ghost ship from him. Abyss Emperor. Even though it was just a clone, Varian felt a coldness wash from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. If asked who he dreaded the most, Varian would answer without hesitation, Abyss Emperor. What Varian feared was not the Abyss Emperor's celestial rank strength or his vast abyssal army. Celestial rankers could be confronted and defeated, and the abyssal army, no matter how large, could be stopped. But the Emperor's methods were the most dangerous. Starting from the conspiracy in Valos to the recent war, the Emperor's shrewd mind was on full display. Such an opponent must be eliminated at any cost, without delay. Because if you give him enough time, even if you succeed in killing him, he might have already caused irreparable damage. The destruction of Earth flashed in Varian's mind, and he looked at the Abyss Emperor with gritted teeth. In response, the clone clenched its fist, and the space around it twisted. Wait a minute. Varian's mind cooled down. This was just a clone, and he was in a trial. There will be no tricks here, only strength. Though the Abyss Emperor's clone was strong, it wasn't invincible. At least, when Varian was an undead and reached the peak of level 9, his power was in the same range. Still, the clone was overwhelmingly strong, requiring 3 turtles to fight it. Fuck, erg. Varian suddenly clutched his head and turned to the side. Sovereign Creo had found a gap to attack him before being dragged away by a turtle and engaged in battle. In the distance, the Diamond Duchy's sovereign, whom Varian had killed in the outer world using his sliver's powers, was fighting 2 turtles. The strange world with a red sky and blue ground shook violently due to the intense battles. Thousands of attacks burst into the sky, shining brighter than the sun every second. Every second, hundreds of thousands of explosions blasted the ground, creating continuous craters. As the battles continued, level 9s and level 8s frequently slipped from the turtle's grasp to reach Varian. Even with the turtle's strength, it was impossible to control so many awakeners. As a result, Varian found himself engaged in a seemingly unending fight. Every second, he battled at least 100 level 9s and over 2,000 level 8s. The situation was at all levels, and even Varian couldn't understand what was happening. Compared to Siarah or Sia, his battle was far more intense and dangerous. Though he avoided major injuries thanks to his planty power, he was drenched in blood from head to toe. Kill. He kept pouring out every bit of power in his body, relentlessly slaughtering his foes. It was exhausting, but thankfully, after an hour of intense fighting, Varian realized that no one was coming at him anymore. The turtles were all heavily injured, and the enemy crowd had been halved. No level 8 or level 9 enemies could now sneak out to attack him. Phew, I can rest a bit and then start destroying the enemies. Varian took out a potion and was about to gulp it down when he heard a tragic cry. Aa. Note, the word, crazy, was left in Chinese as it appeared to be a stylistic choice in the original text. Aa. The turtle's eyes turned red, and it screamed in pain. At the same time, the Abyss Emperor's clone, strangely close to that region, suddenly accelerated towards the turtle and punched it with full force. The three turtles fighting the Abyss Emperor tried to stop him, but the Diamond Duchy's sovereign's arm exploded, and his aura spiked. With an angry roar, he blocked the three turtles from pursuing the Abyss Emperor. Boom! 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 With each punch from the Abyss Emperor's clone, the ground beneath the turtle broke, and its feet were pushed into the ground. It was as if a hammer was driving a nail. The clone's fists blurred, delivering hundreds of punches to the turtle in a second. Then a cracking sound spread, and the turtle's shell shattered. No! Ignoring Varian's scream, the Abyss Emperor's clone blasted the turtle's head into pieces, ending its life. By then, the Diamond Duchy's sovereign had been pushed away by the three turtles and confronted by the two assigned to deal with him. The Abyss Emperor was once again entangled by the three turtles. Creo continued to fight with another turtle. But with one turtle gone, millions of Abyssals were suddenly free. All their eyes locked onto Varian. Varian stretched his weary arms and smiled. Come! With a roar heralding an apocalypse, millions of Abyssals attacked him. Varian disappeared from his spot and appeared in the middle of the crowd. Unlike the turtles, his size allowed him this move. When he did appear in the middle, all the Abyssals drowned him in their attacks, disregarding the life and death of the hundreds of Abyssals around him. Varian exhaled softly and snapped his fingers. To deal with so many enemies, he had to minimize consumption for each kill. So, the space around the first 10,000 Abyssals around him hardened, slowing them down. Then, they were pulled into an illusion that made their actions sluggish. Finally, 10,000 lightning threads shot out from Varian, piercing through the Abyssals' ears and electrocuting their brains. It was a brilliant tactic. Unlike other body parts, electrocuting the brain resulted in instant death, in sharp contrast to limbs. Since there was no need to pierce heavy defenses to reach the brain via the ear canal, unlike the heart, which was well protected, the mana used per attack was far lower. Once the attack struck, 10,000 Abyssals collapsed powerlessly. At the same time, millions of attacks reached Varian. Due to the sheer volume and concentration of the attacks, despite most being from low and mid-tier awakeners, the space destabilized. After some struggle, Varian teleported out of the chaotic space back to the clouds. In the process, he was injured and spent more energy than planned. Varian exhaled and glanced at the Abyss Emperor's clone. It was locked in battle with the three turtles and, having expended a lot of energy on killing one earlier, was being pushed back continuously. However, Varian could see a faint smile on the corner of its lips, as if everything was going according to its plan. Even your clone is evil, Varian hissed, sweeping his hand through the air. The space in front of him cracked, revealing the Abyssals on the ground that were attacking him. Sensing the space crack behind them, they turned around, eager to attack. Of course, due to his level, Varian had the advantage of striking first. So, he did. Varian's hand glowed blue, and tens of thousands of ice bullets condensed in front of him. Then, they shot through the space crack, faster than a bullet, pierced the Abyssals' eyes, and froze their brains. Argh! As tens of thousands of Abyssals began dying, the attacks of the remaining Abyssals reached the space crack. Due to their volume and intensity, they ended up killing at least 10,000 nearby Abyssals. Even Varian was dumbfounded by this development. With a smile, he teleported from his current position and reappeared in the middle of the millions of Abyssals. The Abyssals' attacks entered the space crack and exploded in the sky. Right then, Varian began an earnest slaughter of the Abyssals on the ground. He pulled them into illusions and made them fight each other, electrocuted or froze their brains, and used invisible telekinetic needles for slaughter. He exploded the space where the abyssals were in high concentration, killing tens of thousands. Thanks to his strong body and planty powers, Varian was able to endure and heal from the attacks he couldn't avoid. As time passed, the abyssals tried more and more tactics. However, all of them failed miserably as Varian changed his tactics seamlessly and fully utilized his diverse powers. By now, Siarah and Sia were nearing the end of their battle. They were full of injuries and exhausted, but their enemies were in even worse shape. As their victory was finally within reach, they could afford to look at Varian's battlefield. What they saw made their jaws drop. Dark green vines, seemingly present everywhere, were gripping the abyssals. While not a direct threat, they successfully restrained the abyssals' movements. The space around them was slightly distorted, not much, but when the abyssals took a step forward, they were slightly off the mark. And then there was a collective illusion. But instead of anything big and exhausting, it was a simple illusion of ice bullets. The abyssals, already struggling with vines, struggled desperately to dodge the illusions. Because of the slightly distorted space, they had to be extra careful, making everything much harder. Ice bullets, oh. Sia opened her mouth in surprise as she realized what was actually happening. Varian used his lightning power to drag the clouds closer, then his water power to turn the vapor into ice bullets. The ice bullets rained down from the sky and were carefully controlled by telekinetic power, mixed with the illusions. Like guided missiles, they reached the abyssals and reaped their lives. Despite the blood flowing into a river and corpses piling up into a mountain, Sia couldn't help but admire the clever use of his powers. Beautiful, Sia muttered from the bottom of her heart. And as Varian grew more efficient in slaughtering the crowd, he attracted even more of them. This allowed the two girls to quietly retire to a corner of the battlefield to rest and meet someone special. Is she? As they flew to an island away from the continent where the battle was happening, Siarah glanced at the woman on the island and asked in a nervous voice. Sia bit her lip, looking at the familiar face, and said with a weak smile, "Yes, she's Amanda." Where am I?" Amanda glanced around in confusion. She could see the sea, but the water was pink, not blue. The trees on the island were strange, and even the sky was a bizarre mix of purple and blue. Did that voice really mean it? Amanda remembered something strange happening to Sia and the girl attacking the wolf and saving Varian. But in the process, Sia lost her rationality and also attacked her. Amanda touched her chest with a trembling hand. She could still feel the searing pain she felt when she died. But just as she was about to close her eyes, a voice appeared, offering her a chance to revive if she killed the person who killed her. Amanda didn't want to kill Sia, but she wanted to use this opportunity to meet her again. Asterisk, she used some forbidden power to save Varian and killed me without wanting to. I know she'd be devastated, and even Varian. I can't imagine what will happen with him. Asterisk, Amanda was worried just thinking about the aftermath of her death. So when she opened her eyes, she was determined to find Sia and tell her not to feel guilty about what happened. After raising her for so long, Amanda had long considered Sia as her own and didn't want the cheerful girl to become gloomy. But when she opened her eyes and was about to find the girl, what she saw took her breath away. There were millions of abyssals, far more than she had ever seen on the broadcast. These abyssals were fighting a few insanely powerful turtles and some figures in the sky. Amanda was only level 1 and couldn't see who the abyssals were fighting. All she could see were small dots in the sky appearing and disappearing rapidly, accompanied by powerful explosions wherever they appeared. Even though she was more than 1,000 miles away from these dots, her skin still stung when the shockwaves reached her. Just where the hell did I land? As she clutched her heart in fear, the same voice that brought her here said, "Kill." A burning killing intent rose from the depths of Amanda's heart, turning her attention to the 3 dots in the sky. She couldn't even see them, but she wanted to kill them at any cost. No matter who they were, no matter the price. Die. As Amanda circulated her lightning aura and was about to run with the crowd of abyssals, a sudden, "Oh," echoed in her mind. The voice seemed to struggle to say something to her but, in the end, it simply sighed. The next thing Amanda knew, the space around her twisted, and she appeared on a strange island. The killing intent in her heart still remained, but since it was impossible for her to cross the ocean and reach the continent with her power, Amanda's rationality finally overcame her killing intent. As she began looking around in confusion, she felt the island's atmosphere change. The temperature shifted from cold to warm, the fierce wind grew gentle, and the flowers bloomed as if welcoming a fairy. Amanda raised her head and saw two girls slowly landing in front of her. You. Even as a woman, Amanda was stunned by the young beauties. She recognized the brown-haired girl, whom she had seen just before her death a while ago. The girl was very beautiful at just 17. But now, in just a few minutes, the same girl seemed to have grown up and turned into a stunning beauty. In an elegant black dress and with a silent aura, she seemed like a devilish beauty. Wait, how much time has passed since my death? Amanda wondered as she noticed the changes in Sia and turned to the girl next to her. Soft blonde hair that flowed like a waterfall and sky-blue eyes that shone brightly. Even though the girl tried to keep a poker face, her knitted brows and pursed lips revealed her nervousness. In a beautiful white dress and with a cold aura, she looked like an angel from myths. Who is she? Amanda stared at the two girls as they landed in front of her, and the girls stared back. The silence prevailed for 2 minutes before Amanda coughed and asked, "Sia, is that you?" Sia's body shuddered at the sound of the familiar voice, and the corners of her eyes turned wet. Not daring to look Amanda in the eye, Sia lowered her head and nodded. Yes. Wow, that voice wasn't lying. I really met you again. Amanda clapped her hands, dismissing every other thought from her mind. When she was dying, her greatest worry was Sia's condition. With Amanda gone, Sia was the only one left with Varian. Amanda had wished Sia a good life and wanted Varian to take care of her, no matter what. This was even the main reason she had agreed to the dubious offer, to comfort Sia and ease her guilt. Now is the chance. Sia raised her head at Amanda and opened her mouth in shock. She shivered as her heart ached and her vision grew misty. She had thought of many things Amanda might say when they met. Amanda might curse Sia for killing her or be enraged at the betrayal. Amanda had every right to condemn Sia and wish her the worst. Sia was prepared to endure the insults and abuse from the person she should never have killed. Yet, when she met Amanda after her death, the first words this woman spoke were, "Thank you." Thank you to the girl she had raised for 8 years, who ended up killing her. Thank you to the girl who separated a mother from her son. Thank you to the girl who deserved nothing but loathing and punishment. Thank me? Tears rolled down Sia's cheeks as she felt a heavy weight in her chest, as if someone was choking all the air out of her. That's why she couldn't breathe, she thought. It wasn't the deep pain in her heart or the cries she held back. Sia, please, Amanda wiped the tears from Sia's cheeks and hugged the little girl. It was a mistake. You never wanted it to happen. I know you, don't I? You only wish for my well-being. But I did kill you. Sia bit her lip as more tears streamed down her cheeks. The sadness was so deeply rooted in her heart that she couldn't even cry. All she could do was feel the tears fall from her eyes like rain. It's a mistake, Amanda gently stroked Sia's back. It was a familiar gesture, one she used when Sia was new to their home and couldn't sleep at night. The little girl would fall asleep in her arms with a peaceful smile on her face. Even after so many years, feeling Amanda's actions, Sia felt her body relax and her heart melt. Sia opened her mouth. The pain she had buried deep in her heart could no longer be contained. Burying her head on Amanda's shoulder, she cried out, Ori. Sorry. No. I don't want to, sorry, please, sorry. Sia couldn't form coherent words, but Amanda understood her completely. It's okay, Sia. It's okay. I'm not blaming you, so you shouldn't blame yourself, Amanda said sincerely. I'm sorry, so much. Sia wailed. It's fine, it's fine. Amanda consoled her. Siarah watched Siarah cry and felt tears well up in her eyes. If she met her mother, perhaps she would cry like this too. But now, she decided she couldn't let her best friend cry any longer. After all, no one knew if Amanda might again be consumed by killing intent and lose her rationality. If all they did in this one chance to meet Varian's mother was to cry, it would be a huge regret. So, Siarah cleared her throat and coughed, ahem, ahem. Amanda turned to her, realizing she had been neglecting Siarah. Siarah, however, continued to cry. Excuse me, mother-in-law, I need to discuss my marriage with your son, Siarah said in a businesslike tone. I'm going to be his only wife. Sorry, what? Siarah stopped crying and looked up at Siarah. What are you talking about? You aren't the only wife. I am also He's looking for a wife who can remain strong and give him strength in times of adversity, not a crybaby who can't stop wailing. If he marries you, he'll need to hire a babysitter, Siarah spoke mercilessly, her cold face making it clear she was stating the obvious. Siarah froze as if an arrow had pierced her heart. Her ears turned red with shame, and she broke from the hug. Who is a crybaby? She wiped the tears from her face and glared at Siarah like an angry tigress. And if he takes you, a woman who can't even cook, he'll starve to death. Sarah's expression froze as if an arrow had pierced her heart. As expected, she's as vicious as ever. Siarah and Siarah glared at each other, then their eyes widened as they turned to Amanda, who was watching them with an amused expression. What happened? Go ahead. I'm having so much fun, Amanda said, waving her hand with a smile. She's a crazy girl. No, I am usually not like that, Siarah panicked, trying to think of an explanation. Siarah chuckled at the cheerful atmosphere and introduced herself with a light bow. I'm Siarah, your son's girlfriend, and his future wife. Oh, and I am the main wife, by the way. Stop snatching my position, Siarah snorted at Siarah and turned to Amanda. Unlike before, Siarah was able to meet Amanda's eyes. She still felt sadness and regret, but thanks to Siarah lightening the atmosphere, she could speak calmly. More than a year has passed since you were gone. A lot has happened, and now Varian and I are together. More than a year? Amanda's jaw dropped. According to her, she just closed her eyes and woke up right away. So much time had passed in between. Amanda still couldn't process everything properly. So, she dismissed the part where Varian had two girlfriends. In her opinion, Siarah was Sia's best friend, and after seeing her cry so much, she must have wanted to make a joke to stop her from crying. Moreover, Varian and Siarah grew up together and liked each other. Amanda knew her son's character well. Unless Siarah didn't exist at all, Varian wouldn't even look at another woman. Before Varian fell behind because he couldn't awaken, he received many confessions due to his handsome looks and strong body. Sia's beauty only blossomed after she awakened, and until then, Varian was the more popular of the two. Yet, he didn't even entertain the idea of dating or maintain a close relationship with any of those girls, even though at that time, they were more beautiful than Siarah. When the topic came up, he glanced at Siarah and joked, I can't help it. The seat next to the Emperor was already booked years ago. Of course, Siarah kicked his shin for that, but she couldn't stop the small smile at the corner of her lips. With such a relationship history, Amanda didn't think that Siarah might really be Varian's girlfriend. Personally, she disliked playboys who were in stark contrast to her responsible and mature husband. Confident in her upbringing, she was certain that her son would turn out like his father and not a man with two or more wives. It's something that'll never happen, she thought. Dismissing Siarah's words as a good-hearted joke aimed to lighten the mood, she asked her next biggest worry after Sia's well-being, and more than a year. What happened after I died? How is Varian now? Tell me everything. Siarah and Siarah didn't know Amanda's thoughts. Thinking they could discuss their relationship later, Siarah began to narrate what had happened over the last year and a half. From Varian's loss of memory to his year-long depression, and from Sia's entry into the academy, her saving Siarah's life, and eventually her capture. Siarah skipped the part where Sia was tortured and just mentioned that she was ordered to work 24 hours to produce a potion. Amanda listened carefully. When she heard that Varian had lost his memory of Sia, her heart nearly stopped. Learning that Varian had lived a full year in deep depression, teetering on the edge of collapse, she clenched her fists. As she learned about the hardship Sia faced, Amanda couldn't help herself and hugged Sia to console her and herself. Enigma's existence also resolved Amanda's doubts about the events of that day. But with all the information overload, Amanda didn't know what to think and just let it be. Siarah looked at Amanda and Sia hugging each other and crying, and rubbed her eyebrows. Okay, please don't cry. Everything will change soon after Varian takes the entrance test. What Amanda heard next sounded like something straight out of a legend. A boy who didn't awaken until he was 18 would already be considered useless as a soldier. Yet, once Varian awakened, he grew at a ridiculous pace, shattering all records. Just weeks after he awakened, he took the entrance test, not only passing the world's most challenging exam but placing at the very top. But before she could be happy for Varian, she learned that he faced discrimination and bullying from the young masters of the Xander family. Xanders? Even though Amanda wasn't part of the elite society, she had a rough understanding of just how powerful the Xanders were. And the two young masters weren't just children of the Xander family, they were the sons of the Xander sovereign. Hearing this clash nearly made Amanda stop breathing. But after learning that Siarah had helped Varian and how he performed on his first mission, she sighed in relief. Her relief didn't last long, however, as Varian disappeared into the space crack and wouldn't reappear for a while. Siarah continued to narrate how Enigma began hunting the Xanders to avenge Varian. Finally, Varian returned with a mysterious spaceship that gave him an overwhelming edge. The saga of Dreamer began. He single-handedly destroyed the abyssal incursions into the lower dungeons. Then, Varian won the solar trial, went to Valos, and prevented a war by himself. Later, he explored the ruins, found Sia, and restored his full memory. Amanda already felt her emotions fluctuating from extreme low to extreme high. 1 second, she was utterly scared and worried, and the next, she was elated and wanted to jump for joy. As the ups and downs continued, she witnessed Varian's journey all the way to this place and this trial. It was surreal, almost, no, it was certainly legendary. What made it so hard to believe was that the man in the legend was her own son. He reached a height she couldn't even imagine. The youngest genius, the man who instilled fear in the abyssals, the one who prevented the destruction of humanity several times and protected it himself. Each of his feats felt greater than the last. Where else did a single man clean up 30 planetoids and save an entire planet by himself? There were always geniuses throughout history, big geniuses, even monstrous geniuses. But none of them were so far ahead of their peers that they reached the top of the pyramid before they even graduated. As a peak level 9 or even a high level 9, Varian was already at the end line for most people. But for him, it was just the beginning. Amanda felt all the pride anyone would feel. But more than pride, she felt sad that Varian had to go through so much, mostly alone. While she wished him the best, she felt bitter about the hardships he faced. Learning that her son had nearly died so many times and even died once, only to be lucky enough to revive, was just too much. Amanda closed her eyes and quietly sobbed for a few minutes before wiping away her tears and asking with a soft, relieved smile, "So, once you clear this trial, you can return to Earth, is that right?" "Oh," Siarah nodded. Amanda looked at the colorful clouds in the sky far away. Even from here, she could see the clouds forming and dispersing. They weren't pure clouds, they were explosions following the big attacks. Varian is still fighting, right? Amanda sighed. He'll continue to fight until the end, Siarah smiled wryly, for better or worse, his stamina is inhuman. Sia glanced at Siarah and felt that there was something odd in her words. But Sia lowered her head, the tips of her ears turning pink. Am I getting infected by Varian's dirty jokes? What's the occasion? how can I think that? Really now? Then you guys should return and help him, Amanda said to Siarah and turned to Sia, who was looking restless for some reason. Sia, I know what you're worried about. Huh? Sia raised her head in shock. Did Amanda have some mind-reading ability or something? Don't worry, I will kill myself. You don't have to do it again and gain another bad memory, Amanda smiled and, with a trembling hand, summoned a lightning dagger. Take care, Sia, she patted Sia's head and turned to Siarah, and Siarah, thank you for taking care of Sia and Varian. With them having such a good friend like you, I can rest assured. Wait, what? Siarah opened her mouth in confusion. Didn't she just introduce herself as the girlfriend and even the future wife? Was her mother-in-law not in good health and couldn't remember things? It was nice to meet you too, Amanda lifted her trembling hand and pushed the dagger to her neck. But just before it could pierce her skin, time seemed to slow down, and the dagger was blown away by a small snowball. Siarah grabbed her hand, preventing her from doing anything rash, and said, We're tired and need to rest for a while. So, don't go yet. This is the only chance I have to meet you, mother-in-law. I don't want to miss this opportunity. You're at it again, mother-in-law, Amanda laughed. I'm serious, Siarah sighed, I'm really your son's girlfriend. I'm your daughter-in-law. Since they met, Amanda had been in a hurry. She needed to console Sia, learn about Varian's situation, and then kill herself so they could go help Varian. In the process, she had neglected and ignored a lot of things, including the relationship between Siarah and Varian. Despite Siarah mentioning it several times in her narrative, Amanda had brushed it aside, treating it as sarcasm. But when the blue-eyed girl looked her in the eye and spoke with a serious expression, it was as if a bomb had exploded in Amanda's head. You're joking, right? She asked with a weak smile. Siarah looked at her with a dead serious expression. Amanda turned to Sia with a weak smile, right? Sia sighed helplessly and clutched her forehead. Oh, dear. Amanda sat on a chair made of pure darkness and looked at the two girls in front of her with a gaze that suggested her whole life was a lie. So, you mean to say that Var not only has two beautiful, talented, and powerful girlfriends, but he also convinced them to live in harmony? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief and confusion. Ugh, I hate to admit it, but he did exactly that, Siarah said, shaking her head as she recalled that day in the mansion. A faint smile appeared on her lips as Varian's words of confession echoed in her mind like an intoxicating song. He can be goofy about a lot of things, but for the few important things, he's dangerously astute. If it was any other guy, he'd be struggling to balance the two women and would end up emotionally drained. It would be a constant back and forth, with jealousy, egos, and fights, overall, a recipe for disaster. Amanda shuddered, remembering the harem battles she had seen in movies. There was a saying that went, having an enmity with your wife leads to a shorter life. What about you, Sia? You grew up with him, and I always thought you would be the one. Sia's lips twitched for a moment before she shrugged. I thought so too, but what can I do now? I want to lock him up in a basement and have him all to myself. But would you allow it? Wait, what? I was joking, Sia smiled and looked at the sky. I was also going through a lot of turmoil after we got out of the ruins. Same with Siarah. Varian chose that exact period for a vacation and confessed to both of us. I mean, we both almost died under Julius, and we already had a lot of trauma in our past. So, I just wanted to be with Varian. Our lives weren't really safe, nor was our future certain, so maybe that's why I'm okay with it. Once we said yes, every disagreement and fight that followed could be settled. And, he's dangerously smart. If it were any other time than the vacation, this issue would have dragged on much longer. Is that so? Amanda nodded, a little lost in thought. Even though polygamy was common among the high class, it wasn't normal for a commoner. Neither Amanda nor anyone in her circle was into this. Now, her own son was doing it. She was confused about how to feel. Admonish him? What would be the point? It was all over, and even the girls involved seemed happy. And why admonish him for his own choices, which didn't hurt anyone? If everyone involved is happy, then I should be happy for my son and daughters-in-law. Amanda rubbed her forehead and decided not to let her personal judgment cloud her son's love life. Well, he did give a promise I can't reject, Siarah said with a dreamy smile. He said he'll either become a powerhouse and live for a long, long time, or fall in the middle. If he succeeds, we have an eternity to spend together. If he falls, then it's all the more reason to be together before death, regardless of other factors. Amanda wanted to refute this smooth but persuasive argument. It seemed right but felt wrong. If someone else said it, she could simply respond that they wouldn't even reach the sovereign state, let alone anything higher. But it was Varian. For him, the sovereign state was merely the first step. After racking her brain, Amanda simply sighed. I never thought Var would be a playboy. And so persuasive. I guess children do grow up and change. Is he still optimistic? Sia nodded. Still jovial? And a bit of narcissism. Siarah nodded. And his naming sense, did it improve? Amanda asked with an embarrassed expression. Sia and Siarah looked at each other and laughed. What happened? The girls shook their heads. There was a silent agreement between them to keep Varian 1,000 miles away from naming their kids. If they really let that man do as he wished, the kids would rebel after they grew up, citing the ridiculous names. For any parent, it would be the biggest embarrassment. Amanda sighed in relief. The two seemed genuinely close. At least Var's backyard won't catch fire. And, glancing at the young beauties, she drifted into thought, and maybe it's not a bad thing he has 2 wives. I will have more grandchildren, even though I can never meet them. Will they look like Var or Sia, or Siarah? Arg. Sia has no one, and Sarah's father doesn't sound like someone who spends time with his grandchildren. These kids are very busy with their daily lives. No one will be there for the little ones. They'll grow up without grandparents. Arg, but I really want to see them. I want to see them grow up. Pit. Pat. Pit. Amanda. Mother-in-law. Siarah and Sia wiped the tears from Amanda's cheeks and looked at her in concern. What happened? Amanda felt the genuine care in their eyes and shook her head forcefully. Fighting back the tears that threatened to break out, she patted the girls, who gently placed their heads on her shoulders. And nothing, I am just happy that you both love Various. He won't be lonely. He's strong, but he too has his weak moments. With you two, I can rest assured. You two as well, Varian won't leave the people he cares about. He'll protect them at any cost. So, I'm happy for your beautiful little family. What she didn't say was, I feel sad that I won't be able to see my son's children grow up. I won't be called grandma, I can't tell them stories about their father's childhood. I will miss them. Even she didn't understand why she missed people who weren't even born yet. Maybe, just maybe, because she couldn't spend enough time with Varian, she wanted to make up for it through her grandchildren. Perhaps that's a wish of many grandparents. I'll buy them bigger toys, read more stories, make them smile more, play with them more. Amanda's thoughts drifted as she stared blankly at the clouds. Sia held Amanda's hand and patted it gently. She couldn't understand what was going through a woman who was just brought back from death and was supposed to die soon. She had begged for forgiveness and was forgiven. Sia felt her soul was light, and she enjoyed holding Amanda's hand in silence, a constant reminder that she was forgiven. Mother-in-law, Siarah, on the other hand, wanted to cherish this meeting as it might be the only time she'd ever meet her mother-in-law. So, she called to the dazed Amanda with a polite tone. Amanda realized her mistake and apologized. Sorry, I was just. It's fine, Siarah said with a gentle expression that was the opposite of her usual coldness. Mother-in-law, can I ask you something? Sure, Amanda nodded, a little confused.